Hi, everyone. Good morning. Buenos dias. We're going to go ahead and start our conference. So if you can please find your seat, wrap up those amazing conversations. I am Dr. Nancy Acevedo, and I'd like to welcome you all to the Educational Leadership Summit for 2023. Today we're going to be discussing innovative practices in education, and I am honored to introduce Dr. Enrique Murillo, founder of LEAD and director of the Educational Leadership Doctoral Studies program here at Cal State San Bernardino.
Is this on? Can you hear me? You can't hear what I'm saying? Is it on? Is it on now? Okay, I just messing with you guys. No, I'm good. It's on now. I just messing with everybody. Trying to liven it up. We're all tired. It rained yesterday. I didn't feel much like waking up this morning, to be honest. We're all tired and warm. Anyways, I want to take advantage of this moment to invite our CSUSB Elder in Residence, Robert Levi Jr., who's going to come up and accompany me. It's like a last minute thing, but it's the appropriate protocol. Okay, so the protocol among indigenous people is we always give props. We always acknowledge the people of the land. Okay, so of course there's been a lot of migration. We go back and forth, back and forth. Unfortunately, in this area, there is at one time, let's say maybe 15 or 16 groups of native peoples, and now we only know of a handful. Why is that? Because California was the site of probably, historically, one of the biggest genocides in the world, right? So this morning, let's keep mindful of that genocide that occurred here in California as we are witnessing other genocidal acts taking place throughout the world, right? So think about that. So with that, I want to say, Tata wewe, shnesh palewe, nahamineke ninemis, incantioyo, mictloktani, notlactoxin, notlactoxin. Ask the creation, Gran Abuelo, to bless our day today, that we have a good day, to help us. We want to live, we want good health. We want good health for our families. Well, first of all, let me back up. Dr. Enrique Murillo, I'm a longtime professor here in the College of Education. And Robert Levi Jr., who will come say a few words in a little bit, is our elder in residence. So he's a California native. I myself am Chicano and Tawe Yoreme from the other side of the border. We're on both sides of the border, but I'm on the Mexican side of the border, so I'm more Chicano. I'm more SA than California side, Nevertheless, identity, culture, language is very important. But the land, it's the issue of the land. What land are we on, right? That's what we have to always keep in mind. We're on unceded territory. Anywhere you go on this continent, it's native land, indigenous land. And anywhere you travel throughout the world, there are indigenous peoples. And so let's keep that in mind, especially those of us in education, that we know that the process of education is the process of becoming human, learning to become human. So part of learning to become human is acknowledging the suffering and the privileges that we are benefiting from by being on this land like this. So let's acknowledge and respect the Serrano, Cahuilla, Cupeño, Tungba, Tataviam, Shumash, Kumeyaay, and others from Southern California as the traditional stewards of these lands. And let's acknowledge the historical context of colonialism and also the enduring and current vestiges of colonialism that we still feel today, and you could argue is still continuing on in this day. So as we do our work in education, let's build real and authentic and reciprocal relations with the indigenous peoples, because that's where it starts. Oftentimes, when people learn about U.S. history, they begin where? With the Pilgrims, or they begin somewhere. Here in California, if we want to talk about and understand our history, begin with the native peoples. So we encourage you to do that on behalf of our Watson College of Education, on behalf of the planning committee. Let's keep that in mind. One last thing before I pass it on to our elder in residence is oftentimes when we talk about DEI, right? We heard the buzzwords, DEI. It's been going on for a few years, right? Diversity, equity, inclusion. The piece that's missing is justice. Justice, for me, is by far the most important. Because without justice, there ain't no peace, we used to say, and we still say, right? So as we talk about DEI, let's not just talk in abstract. Let's talk about real forms of restorative justice, right? And so the number one thing is the land, and acknowledging the land that we're at. Uh-huh.
Miohen. My name is Robert Levi. I'm a citizen of the Desert Kuya Indians out at Thermal, California. I'm also, like Dr. Murillo said, I'm the California Indian Elder in Residence here at CSUSB. And also within the educational field, I have 40 years teaching advanced placement college prep U.S. history, 3 years at Sherman Indian High School, 3 years at Notre Dame High School in Riverside, and the other 34 years at Upland High School. I retired from the classroom, but I find a lot of work here educating people about ethnic studies. Ethnic studies will be a graduation requirement in 2019, and my wife and I were past chairs of the California Teachers Association American Indian Alaska Native Caucus for the state of California, and we find that 0.003% of the teachers in California are Native American. That's all. And within the whole United States, it's 0.005%. So when she retired this year, in California it dropped to 0.002%. So again, we have a drastic need, and again, thanks to Dr. Chinaka here at CSUSB, hopefully we're trying to turn this into a teacher prep program for American Indian students who want to become teachers. And again, I can't tell no. I can't explain. Every time I'm up here, I can't explain the gratitude I have to President Morales, Dr. Robert Nava, and Dr. Molly Springer for getting me to come here. They saw the importance. They saw the time is right for we as American Indians, as California Indians, to educate people about who we are. And as Dr. Murillo said, we're still here, and we will always be here. And again, that's part of the process that we need to get out there to the community. And I'm presupposing, maybe I shouldn't, but everybody here is pretty much probably administrator. Not too much of people have been in the classroom. I don't know, when was the last time you were in a classroom? And you know that teachers are the worst students ever. And I can look around and go, somebody's on their computer, somebody's on their phone, And now, recently I was at the Grove School in Redlands, and they were saying, anything in your ear you got to take out. I'm going, why? And then I just found out iPods, they're wireless. The kids put them in the ear, especially girls with long hair. Innovations, technology and way to teach. So anyway, but again, the land acknowledgement, I got to remember, to include what Dr. Murillo was talking about, is also the insects. And if you heard me do my land acknowledgement, you can't forget the insects. My creation story is involving the whole idea about the Creator pulled out of his heart the center pole of the world, and he began to put Ba, which is earth, dirt around this pole, but it wouldn't stay. And so he's thinking about, okay, what do I need to do? So out of his heart, he pulls the black spider, the black widow, and he pulls out the white spider, a tarantula. And these, again, with their help and all their little offsprings, they begin to weave the web and promote the earth to go on the center pole. And again, where would we be without bees? So again, we can't forget the insects that inhabit this world also, let alone our boy, the coyote, which I am. Within my tribe, there's two moieties, with a wildcat and there's a coyote, and I'm a coyote. So what better place to work than here to promote who we are? So, when I look at the little coyotes around, it makes me feel good that they're still around, we're still here. But again, with the land acknowledgement, we're in unceded territory, taken from the Spanish, Mexican, American, British, Russian. You probably name a government from Europe or Asia. They've been here, but we're still here. And again, with education, I'm pleading you guys, when you go back to school, think about ethnic studies. How are you going to teach it? Who's going to teach it? When my wife and I do PD, we find a lot of non-Indians who are, either volunteering or being thrust into teaching ethnic studies, that they're afraid of the American Indian Studies component. They don't want to make a mistake. And we keep on telling them, now you know how your kids feel. Make a mistake. That's the best way to learn something, because you ain't going to do it again. That's the best way. And I don't know how many here know about AB 1703. Yeah, if you do, right on. Must be CTA. Yeah. But or CFA, one of the two. AB 1703 is more California Indian history than the history of social studies framework. Again, we were just talking about pedagogy. How are you gonna test that? And that new math stuff out of STEM. My wife was talking about it. It's a lot of words. It's not how well you write down something. I guess when they say show your work, it's a little bit more English lit or writing down. Well, how did you get to this? So again, that's something brand new that's coming up for our students. So again, remember, like Dr. Murillo said, we're here for everybody else. We're here to unify. We know the history. You can't tell California history without telling California Indian history. And I implore you guys to go back and look at ethnic studies. Go back, look at AB 1703. How are you going to implement that? And hopefully you'll come up with a better way to find a way to do it, but what we're trying to do. But again, if you think about CSUSB and with Dr. Nava and President Morales. So again, we're here to help, and just ask. That's what we're here for. So again, thank you guys for being here. Let's learn all about STEM. So thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
All right. Good job. All right. Thank you for hearing out our elder in residence, and please enjoy your day.
My name is Chinaka Domwachuku, and I'm the Dean of the James R. Watson and Judy Rodriguez Watson College of Education. I want to welcome you to this year's Educational Leadership Summit. This is our third year in hosting this special event. This conference is part of our effort as a college, being the one of the two public universities in the Inland Empire, and also finding ourselves to actually be in one of the highest producers of educators in this region. We felt the need to provide leadership around the conversations on how to improve educational opportunities in the Inland Empire. Through this conference, we seek to explore opportunities for dialogue, collaborative problem solving, and for ways we can collectively work together to improve opportunities as well as the quality of education in the region. The theme of today's conference is innovative practices in education. This conference will address 4 major areas of educational practice where we see innovation taking place. And in these 4 areas, we as a college, we are involved in trying to make things happen. First, we will hear from our keynote speaker address innovative activities in the field of technology that have transformed educational landscapes, especially in the 21st century. So we have the honor of welcoming Mr. Ale Powell from Microsoft, who is going to be presenting on that. Please, thank you. As a college, we want to be at the front in leading and fostering STEM education in this region. And to that end, we're building what we call CSUSB Watson College STEM Exploration Center. This center, which will be housed on the third floor of our college building across from this building, is aimed to serve the region by enhancing the way we prepare teachers to teach in the STEM disciplines, especially K-5 teachers. Because a lot of these teachers go into the classroom without very much confidence in the fields of math and science. And we want to enhance what we do with them. This center, once finished, will serve as an interactive space where the K-12 students from your schools can come and engage in hands-on interactive STEM activities. We hope that through this center, we will produce K-8 teachers who have a deeper knowledge of integrated STEM disciplines, as well as very good comfort level in teaching them and fostering the joy and excitement of the STEM disciplines. So as part of our commitment towards this STEM education, we have invited 11 groups of students to this conference today from Inland Empire, Riverside, and San Bernardino County schools to showcase STEM activities that are happening at the K-12 schools. So the other room is set up for you all. We're going to have a time when we break for you to go and engage with these students and see what is happening in the region. The second area of focus for today's conference is a highlight on our Project Impact Minority Male Pipeline Teacher Program. Project Impact program was launched at this college in the spring of 2020 as the pandemic was starting. We still went forward and launched this program. The goal is to increase the number of African American and Hispanic male teachers in the classrooms of Inland Empire. And why are we doing this? Not that the people who are teaching don't do a very good job already, but there is something about the power of representation. There is something about a black child seeing another black man in the classroom at the school site and knowing they can be like them. A Hispanic young man seeing a Hispanic male at the school site and knowing I can do that. Believing that the school site is a place that I belong, not a place I come as a stranger. And beyond that, Johns Hopkins University has done extensive studies that show that when a black child has a black teacher in grades K to 5th, their chances of finishing high school and going to college increases by 30%. There is a significant benefit that goes beyond representation. Increased test scores. So as a college, we have undertaken to do this for this region. And today you're going to have presentation from Rialto Unified School District, one of our partners on Project Impact Program. As of today, we have recruited about 60 African American and Hispanic men into this program. About 25 of them have finished. Yes, it deserves an applause. And we're expecting about 10 to join us in the spring. These are men that come from different walks of life. Why we will feature Rialto in this conference is because Rialto has worked with us to create a model we call Grow Your Own. In this Grow Your Own model, Rialto is able to look into their workforce in the classified employee pool and identify men who can go into teaching. The cohort we have from Rialto currently is made up of men who used to be grounds workers, custodians. We have a custodian who is now going to be a high school math teacher. So we are doing things that are groundbreaking in changing the way we look at the field of teaching and bringing people who have the passion and the desire but did not see the opportunity. And we're building bridges for them. So we are not going to take credit for this all by ourselves because this has happened as a result of meaningful collaboration in this region. The Growing Inland Achievement, the nonprofit organization that is based in this region, is one of our strong partners in this job, in this work. GIA, and they will be represented here today. The Blue Educational Foundation, an organization that works with African American communities to help with high school completion and college going rates, is also a partner. The San Bernardino County Superintendent of Public Instruction, Superintendent of Schools, is a strong partner in this work. Riverside County Office of Education, I've mentioned Rialto, Fontana Unified School District. We meet with all these partners on a monthly basis to plan and work and carve out the direction we go with this project. I will also not fail to mention Schools First Federal Credit Union. You're going to hear more about them. But they are also part of our partners as we continue in this work. Robert Levi, in his presentation, mentioned the Native American engagement. Through Project Impact, we've graduated the first Native American male teacher who is now employed. We are bringing in 2 more for this spring. And we are hoping that we can continue to grow in that partnership with the Native American community so that we can begin to impact what happens in those communities. The other area that we are going to focus today is on parental engagement. This conference was launched here in 2021, and as we were planning this year, we felt we needed to have more input, not just from ourselves, but from the community. So we set up an advisory board made up of assistant superintendents and superintendents from the area who are working with us. So the planning of this particular conference involved all of them. And one of the topics they wanted us to address is parents' engagement and how administrators can learn to do a better job at that. So we're going to feature that today. And we invited the PK, a national organization that focuses on parent engagement. So we are honored to have you here. And we also have representatives from Moreno Valley Unified School District who are all going to help to facilitate that conversation. So I'm just trying to let you know what is ahead of you today and advise that you do your best to be here, to be part of this conversation so that we can all benefit from it. The last presentation we're going to have will be from GIA, and they're going to be speaking on the state of education in the Inland Empire. One of the things GIA has done since the organization was created is to monitor high school going, high school completion, college going, opportunities. And we'd like to bring them here to share that data so that at your schools, at your districts, you can know what is happening in the districts, in the schools, in the area, and target better on how to help advance the cause of educating our children in this region. So I want to welcome you, and I hope you're excited about what we have ahead of you today. I have to give a shout out to my team, Marketing Director Aitua and Ogiami, to my Executive Assistant, Jennifer Martin. She has to be somewhere doing something. And every one of you from our team who have helped to make this happen today. Thank you for being here, and I hope you enjoy the day. Thank you.
All right, let's give the dean a big round of applause. And right now we're going to have Sam Sudhakar to come to give remarks. We're going to go with Sam right now. So come on up, Sam. Give him a big round of applause. He's our CFO, our IT person. Come on up, Sam. Okay.
On behalf of President Morales, Provost Mohammed, and Dean Domwachku, our students, faculty, and staff, I welcome you to our beautiful campus and third annual educational summit at Cal State San Bernardino. It's great to see you all. The fact that you're all gathered here shows your commitment to making our K-12 education inclusive and exceptional for our future leaders who are going through our systems currently. Having experienced the quality of K-12 education through my two children who went through the system not too long ago, I can attest firsthand to the compassion and commitment that our K-12 educators have towards our students. As we are facing challenging times, it is appropriate for us to network and interact with like-minded colleagues across the spectrum to put our minds together to solve complex issues and preserve the innocence of our students as they go through our system. We have some world-class keynote speakers and sessions planned for you. I invite you to take advantage of all the sessions and, more importantly, get to know new colleagues who can help you along the journey. Once again, thank you for being here, and I wish you all a great summit.
Okay, and now, by the way, my name is Kerry. I have the pleasure and honor of working here at Cal State San Bernardino in university advancement, assigned here to the Watson College of Education, and I'm in cohort 16 of the doctoral program here at Cal State San Bernardino. Yeah. Now, this is really cool. Now, before I bring up Robert Nava, I just want to tell you just a little bit about Robert Nava. He has been a mentor. He's not just my boss, he's my boss. But he's been a mentor and a friend, and he's made huge investments in my career. And he has led this campus to a successful $200 million campaign that we have surpassed, is my understanding. Is that correct? Give him a big round of applause as we introduce Robert Nava, Vice President of University Advancement.
Okay, I'm Robert Nava. I have the privilege of serving as the Vice President of Advancement. I'm going to be very brief in my comments because we want to hear from Mr. Powell in a few minutes. But let me just say that the leadership of this institution has been transformative in terms of its focus of providing access to an affordable, accessible, and high-quality education to the residents of the Inland Empire and also of the Coachella Valley. Because we have a campus, as you know, out in the city of Palm Desert doing great work, responding to the needs, working with the school districts out in the Coachella Valley. I wanted to also take a moment. We're so privileged to have our tribal elder in residence, Robert Levi Jr., because Robert brings his experience and his wisdom to our campus and to our students and to our faculty. But we also are privileged that Robert's wife, Mary, is also a great colleague for us, and Mary Levi is also a retired teacher. So not only do we get our tribal elder, but we also get Mrs. Levi as well. Colleagues, I just want to share very quickly with you that the work that you're doing and your faculty are doing, responding to the needs of our students and our teachers, is critical. I had the privilege a number of years ago of serving on the Riverside Unified School District for 2 terms, so I was able to better understand the challenges that the administrators were dealing with every day and the challenges that our teachers and paraprofessionals were addressing every day. This is about 10 years ago. As I understand today, the challenge is even more daunting because the needs of our students in terms of healthcare, food insecurity, the stresses that children and kids and families are experiencing post-pandemic has an impact every day on your teachers, the paraprofessionals, and of course the community. What I want to just say to you, and then I'm going to close, is that when you are working with your students and preparing them to go on to college, to go on to the university, I want to make a commitment to you that when your students come to Cal State University San Bernardino, when your graduates come here, they're going to receive the attention and the nurturing that they deserve with our student affairs team, academic affairs. Every day we're working to ensure that our students have what they need to be successful. Because when a student steps out of Cal State San Bernardino, that's not a failure on the part of the student, it's a failure on the part of the institution. And that's the way President Morales addresses this. This is the way the academic leadership, the deans, and the faculty respond to these challenges. So to our administrators, superintendents that are here, I want to say to you that our promise, our pledge, is when your graduates come to this institution, they're going to receive the care and the attention that they deserve. Under the leadership of Dean Dumachuco, we're also focusing right now on an African American task force and a Native American task force. We're a Hispanic serving institution, but we also have special approaches in how we address the needs of the African American community, specifically males, so that we can ensure that the males, when they graduate, they have those options to come to the university and receive the support so they can be successful. And we're doing the same engagement with the Native American communities as well. We have a lot of work to do, but the work really begins in what you do every day with your teams in the work that you do. So I just want to, if you allow me, the privilege of just saying thank you for your leadership, what you're doing. We have a big job ahead of us in the Inland Empire and the Coachella Valley to increase the educational attainment of all of the residents of this region. Do you agree? And we can do it together. You can't do it by yourself. We can't do it by ourselves. We have to be working together to accomplish that. And with that, thank you for giving me a couple of minutes, and have a great morning and a great conference. And we look forward to hearing from Mr. Powell and colleagues. Thank you. Carrie. Thank you, Carrie.
One more time. Let's give a big round of applause to Robert Nava. Okay, so full disclosure, so I'm about to introduce Ali Powell to you, right? But as we were preparing for this, I was talking to Jennifer, his chief of staff at Microsoft, and she said, well, this probably would do. Gave me a more truncated version of his bio. I looked at it, and then I saw all of his accomplishments. I said, nah. We're going to read a little bit more of Ali Powell. It's such a pleasure to have you here, sir. So Ali is currently the Vice President of the Azure Infrastructure and Digital Application Innovation Solution areas of the Global Customer Success Organization at Microsoft. In his role, his mission is to enable transformational scenarios with customers by driving in-depth developer-centered customer outcomes. He was previously General Manager of Customer Success in the West region, responsible for developing and executing the enterprise strategy to ensure our customers adopt and realize business value from the Microsoft cloud. Ali has held numerous roles at Microsoft, including Chief Technology Officer, where he developed and led the consultancy, digital advisory, and solution architecture teams in the West region for Microsoft services. And in addition to his role as the Chief Technology Officer, Ali delivered technical and business success, driving outcomes to help Microsoft top 100 enterprise customers achieve their most challenging business and organizational goals by leveraging their current and future investments in the Microsoft platforms in a cloud-first, mobile-first world. Ali has over 20 years of experience in the consulting industry, driving business strategy, architecture, solution design, and implementation, and business and IT transformation. Over his last 17 years at Microsoft, he has built credible experience across a diverse set of industries with a concentrated focus on digital transformation, cloud strategy and adoption, and IT optimization. Ali attended Bellevue University, that's in Washington, right? The state of Washington, okay, where he earned his bachelor's degree in business information system. He currently resides in Southern California with his beautiful wife, Sophia, and their 3 boys. Please give a warm welcome to Ali Powell from Microsoft. So Mr. Powell, he will talk for about 30 minutes or so, and afterwards we'll have a Q&A. I'll come up and facilitate Q&A, so there'll be mics in the audience as well. So.
Be up here today. I have to be honest, I'm a bit nervous because I haven't been on this side of a discussion to go back to talk to teachers, to talk to administrators, to talk to faculty. And when I told my team I was going to do this, everybody had shocked eyes on their face. And you're going to go back and talk to the people that got you here? And I said to them, it's actually a blessing to have the opportunity. Not always just to go back, but to go back and do something that I know had a big impact on my life. I was raised in South Central Los Angeles, and I'm a product of public school, and I'm super proud of that. Yes. And I grew up learning about and knowing about diversity. I grew up learning about different cultures. I also grew up, kind of to be really transparent with you all in the room, knowing that I needed to make education be personal and make it a priority. And it was because of schools, it was because of teachers, it was because of you all in this room that made a difference that why I'm here today. So let me start by saying thank you for all that you do for creating careers and creating the opportunities for the future. So we're going to have a conversation a little bit about artificial intelligence in education. And here's how I'm going to have this discussion with you, because I could talk about architectures, I could talk about technologies, I can talk about the cloud. Rather than do that, I'm going to ground that in kind of 3 areas that I think are important to this audience in terms of where the arc is headed for technology. I'm going to start off with just a little bit of education account of how we see technology and how we see it evolving. And as we move to the next slide, what I want to be able to do is really ground the discussion and how, across 3 dimensions, we feel technology, very specifically AI, will dynamically change how you deliver a personalized experience for education and technology in the future. And I'm hitting the clicker, and this always happens to a technology person. It doesn't change. So I'm going to get going just on the first slide. What I wanted to do first was, if you're going to have a conversation about artificial intelligence, why not use artificial intelligence as the basis of the discussion? And we've heard interesting things about ChatGPT. There's two sides of it. One morning I woke up and I had the opportunity, because it was like a code name project in Microsoft, and we were just deploying it. It's deployed all over the world now. There's roughly 8 billion cores, 11.4 billion servers that deliver this capability worldwide. But the cool thing about being a part of how that got deployed and how we're actually rolling that out was my son walked into the room and he goes, "Dad, guess what? I'm much better at doing English than I've ever been in my life." And I go, "That happened just by you waking up this morning? Because if it was, what'd you eat for dinner? And tell me what your dream was about." And he woke up and he said, "No, I had the chance to experience AI." And I was like, "Okay, tell me a little bit more about that." And he goes, "Well, I had a paper that's due tomorrow or today. Last night, I used this really cool tool, and it helped me get started in writing that paper." I go, "Did it write it, or did it help you?" Gotta be honest. And he goes, "It helped me." And it was ChatGPT. And what he said in that moment, which really made the difference, is it gave me the opportunity to figure out where to organize my thoughts and how to get started. And for me, when we've talked about this technology and we talked about what it could do, we were always on this vision of making the first draft of content creation be at an economical model where everyone can afford it. And our company has always been ambitious about that. We wanted every person on the planet to have access to computing capability. It is now fairly clear with the devices that you all likely have in this room, either in your pocket, on the table, or in your purse, or in your jacket. You're walking around with the computing power that 20 years ago would have only been able to be manifested in a large machine with a ton of plastic that probably took 2 or 3 people to carry it. You have that compute power at your beckoning call every second. And for some of you, a really scary stat, you likely look at your phone more than 102 times a day on average. So now it's actually pervasive within your life. So when you can take that technology and its reach and connecting it to lowering the economic cost to gain access to knowledge and leverage it, there are leaps and bounds that we'll be able to do in terms of our ability to create opportunity for everyone in the world to gain access to content, to gain access to education, and to gain access to an opportunity to learn. And that made me really excited because across that fabric, Satya, our CEO for Microsoft, set up a very impressive arc for us. And he goes, if our technology doesn't change, not just what things can be done for business, but if it doesn't change how you all wake up every day to be better, to be more productive, to be more engaged, and more importantly, to learn, then we would have missed the arc of why we need to be here as a company. And he said something I will never forget. He said, learning is a personal experience. And the more personal you make it, the more impactful it is not only on their lives, but on society. And I think that's going to be a very important arc for how we have this conversation on how we think about AI moving forward. I'm going to talk just a little bit about AI because in some ways it's important to get grounded on what it is. And in any new technology, there's a view about this technology in terms of what it can do for good and what it can do for bad. To help just ground the discussion, let me anchor it on how we view artificial intelligence from a Microsoft perspective. And then I'm going to jump into the applications and how it gets evolved from an educational perspective. First, I want to just talk a little about artificial intelligence. It has actually been around for roughly just under 22 years. It was essentially a realm that was relegated to academics and research. And as computing power evolved over the years, you now have the capability to run artificial intelligence on the very devices that you answer your phone calls on, that you send a text message on, that you interact or communicate with people on your phone. It's becoming more and more pervasive. And there's really 4 layers to artificial intelligence that enabled us to get to this point where we are today. The first one is deep learning. Here's a thought around this, and do not get scared by this. But the thinking is the tacit knowledge of all of you in this room could actually be collated together and help millions and billions of other people around the world. That's the definition of deep learning and actually machine learning. Take the tacit knowledge that occurs and happens in our daily lives and how you receive it, and find ways to aggregate that and share it with others. The last piece is the intelligent piece. Here's the root cause of intelligence. If I can infer over your thinking, and I can score that inference over your thinking, I can then take that situation and translate it to others, such that if they're in very similar situations, in very similar contexts, if they're along a very similar educational path, now I can coach them to either a similar outcome or a more optimal outcome based on how we tune things. That is artificial intelligence really at its core in terms of how it can be benefited. When we connect it to education, we're going to see three areas. First, we're going to talk about how it actually can be used to take the pooled knowledge globally, from concepts around reading, comprehension, math, science, music. There's even a way for us to take now visually that first sense that we all perceive, and we can translate that into natural language and use that as an educational tool. Why is that important? It's important because technology does two things for us. It helps us be more productive in the things that we need to do, but more importantly, it connects us. It connects us across a variety of different planes that can make the difference in terms of not only our means to access, but our ability to take advantage of that access to be more successful. And thankfully, we've all experienced that in a post-pandemic world where we saw the proliferation of technology around how you transact today. One very important stat to share with you, and you guys will tell me by the looks on your faces, 72% of all the transactions that take place today take place in a cashless manner. That evolution happened in the fastest amount of time since a fiat currency has ever been created in civilization. That time frame happened over what occurred in the pandemic. So I have to thank you, because your ability to recognize technology, to leverage technology, and then make it a part of your daily lives, you are all technical. And you're able to embrace that technology in ways that make the most sense for you. And AI is the next art for us to take advantage of that from an educational perspective. And we see that on two planes. One, how do we enable you all to achieve more? How do we enable students to achieve more? Next, very important task. Sometimes we think about technology being in the delivery, but I'm going to talk to you about how technology can be leveraged across how you administer and deliver experiences with technology, because that's going to be really important in terms of where we see next what's going to happen. I've given you a lot of facts and data, but here's one that as I was reading and researching from having the conversations early on with Carrie and Dr. Chinaka, I was like, I want my team to look at what it would take. What's an average day take for a teacher? What is he or she doing in their day? And because we have the ability to learn and draw inferences over all this information, we can gather this stat and this information really quickly. It was really mind-blowing to look at the stats that says roughly 50% of the time a teacher is spent on administrative tasks. Of that 50%, 35% is spent on preparation. And let me say this to all the teachers and administrators of the room, the average work week is not 40 hours a week. I got all the stats to prove to you on that. It's actually 55, and in areas that are economically challenged, it's higher. So the bar is higher based on where you sit from a teaching perspective. Guess what else is different? Your educational path, or the means by which how you became a teacher, impacts the efficacy of how quickly you can achieve efficiency and how you're delivering solutions and learning experiences within the classroom. That is all data. And AI will give us the ability to lower that bar such that we have a common barrier of entry for all educational professionals, whether you're going to administration or you're heading into the classroom. Because we can optimize that time that you can take tacit knowledge, use it to your best experience to deliver an outcome. So we took this task and we looked at this number and we said, let's set a goal for ourselves. What can we do? Not in 20 years, not in 10 years, because teachers. Remember, you guys adopted digital currency in another 6 months, the fastest growing across the world. What can we do in 3 years that can make a difference in how we can optimize how our teachers are performing in the classroom? And we picked 3 pillars. First one was on administration. I want to have a brief conversation around taking the knowledge and the work processes that impact administrators and where AI can help. Then I want to have the conversation about the classroom. That's not the last mile. That's actually the most important piece around how we think about how AI can be doing to accelerate the learning experience and make it as personal as possible. Then the last piece for educators. And I want to be broad when I say that, because there's a learning experience that happens in the classroom, but there's also a learning experience in how you all interact with either your peers or with students or with faculty or with your community. And we know AI can help and draw inferences there to optimize it. AI in education will be pervasive in 2 ways for you all. The first, it's going to show up in a natural language in how you interact now. I will say this to you, and don't let this stat scare you, but I can guarantee you everyone in here has likely sent a message, either via text, either via WhatsApp, or if some of you are using Snapchat, Instagram, or some of those other ones, I know you've sent the message that way. And how did you communicate? Natural language. Whether it was colloquially your language, whether it was an ability for you to communicate in a way that made the most sense for the dialect that you choose, but you chose to communicate that way. AI will appear in those scenarios, and it will hide in plain sight to optimize those opportunities for you. Don't let that hidden capability scare you at all. Here's how it's going to make a difference. Let's look at it for administrators. There are 2 that stand out around an opportunity that we see AI having the largest impact. The first is in administration just itself, around the logistics of what it takes to plan a site, the logistics it takes to run a site, and more importantly, the opportunity it takes for how you look at the opportunity to bring talent from a recruitment perspective and from an educational perspective, students into the organization. Here's one scenario that we see being significantly impactful. And there's educational institutions using this now today. The first one is around enrollment and the strategies with enrollment. And more importantly, what could you look at about the demographic of an area? What could you look at about the resources within an area? And how do you use that to actually have precision, targeted messages that could go to, in this case, students or faculty or organizations about what the offerings are and how they're tailored to meet their needs? How do you take that and tie that to a capability that will put you in a situation that could basically say, and we've seen this done today, what's the optimal class that a student from this particular area, with this background, with this interest in what they want to do, what's the optimal path for them not only to take courses, but what's the right peer group that student should be in to be introduced when they land on campus? And then what are the select of skills from teachers that can best identify with that peer group, that will resonate with them so that you can connect them to that experience? And you've created an opportunity for now the day one experience on campus for a student is one where there's familiarity. And that becomes relatively important in terms of what the next stage of the journey needed to be. The last piece is around optimization. And that optimization isn't about people. That optimization is around how is the efficacy of the learning experience being refined, tuned, and shared across the administration and the educational landscape at that institution. And we have tooling now that can put our administrators in a situation today to draw inferences across where is actually the best content to deliver the best outcome in the smallest amount of time for teachers that can reduce prep by 42%. Because guess what? You don't have to do it from your own tacit knowledge. You do it from a larger knowledge pool of data models that can exist and help you do that. And you do that in your natural language. You do it in asking inquisitorial questions that actually will draw inferences on the context of where you're at and provide that information to you on the data that's presented to you. But it doesn't stop there, because if you've helped an administrator be more efficient about how they plan, run, acquire talent, and deliver an experience within the classroom, you now need to go to how do you think about it from a student's perspective? And there's two things that we want to do from a student perspective. First, the learning experience will be one that's tailored to the individual that's capturing the knowledge. Let me just be really clear about what that was, because I went to a school, there's 23 students in my class, and our teacher, she was fantastic. I'll never forget Miss Holliday. I love that lady to death. I struggled with math early on in the 6th grade, and she would always say, if you stay after it, we'll get after it. And I would stay after school, and we would get after kind of learning. My journey and my experience and what we can do with AI right now is what about an opportunity that the Khan Institute is doing right now, the Khan Academy, where if I had a question on where I was at on a certain math equation, I can ask that question to a very similar, what we refer to as ChatGPT, and instead of it giving me the answer, it would ask me, how did I arrive at this conclusion? And I can naturally show my work either by handwriting, because that's visual, or I can put my result and how I got to that solution right into the ChatGPT context. Then that model will not say, here's the answer. The model will say, did you think about how you probably are carrying, dividing this formula? Do you understand that you could apply this? And now it's asking me questions to figure out where I'm at and learning about how I can get this outcome. Then the last and most important piece before you get to the final answer is now that context is stored. So let's say I go from having a conversation from basic algebra to when I got in college, combinatorial mathematics, and I have the ability now to say, I'm really curious about how I can understand how, let's take the Pythagorean theorem to jump across. How does this work and apply? It can say, you learned about this grade. It can also say other students use this to refer to how they got better at understanding how to apply that particular approach to math. And then secondly, it could say, here are others that are running into a very similar situation that have achieved an outcome. It tailored that whole experience to what my knowledge context was. It didn't give me the answer. It taught me how to find the answer. And that was unique to me. The next piece is across teaching. And we see this one being a very unique one in terms of how teachers approach lesson plans. And in most instances, a lesson plan is built based on really a set of criteria of what needs to actually be delivered as part of the experience within the classroom, and then an application, how the teacher wants to approach that. And she or he has some freedom or some liberties to be able to do so. But here's the most important question that a teacher in some instances would benefit from. What if a teacher could ask the question, what are the best methods that have existed for us to be able to deliver this particular program within a classroom? What are the efficacies of that happening? And then more importantly, what's the learning plans that you can draw inferences over that created a moment for me to plan my schedule for the school year? And imagining AI to come back to provide that to you. I use the word imagine, but right now, we have over 40 schools across the US where the learning plans and the experiences in terms of how teachers deliver them are using AI to accomplish that. And here's the stats that we're actually seeing. First and foremost, the preparation time for them to prepare for the year or augment their year in the work that they're doing has been reduced by 53%. Now, if you take that time out, what do they do with that time saved? Well, they deliver the experience I just said the teacher just delivered to me. They have the opportunity to spend more time in the classroom with the students and tailoring that experience for the students connected to the AI that we just talked about. So now a teacher has the ability to not only build his or her lesson plan, tailor that lesson plan to what the learning experience needs to be for those students. So when a student is sitting in class with their computer, they actually have a directed ChatGPT that has context of the lesson plan, has context of the student, and the student can ask questions. Now, here's something that we've always wanted as an ambition, but now we can deliver. That experience can be delivered 24 hours a day because your conversations, just like your phone and your experiences, go with you. And so does the context. So I couldn't afford a tutor when I was growing up in school. My tutors were my brothers and sisters because I was the youngest of 5. But now I have access to a tutor that actually doesn't sleep, that has context to what I'm doing, and will more importantly not give me the answer, but have that vast knowledge of the answer that I'm looking for. I would often ask my dad a lot of questions about math, and he would say, go ask your mother. I'd ask my mom, and she'd go, I haven't done that in 25 years. Go ask your sister. Don't start with the oldest person in the room. Start with the youngest. But now, with what we've seen with the Khan Academy Amigo, this is AI from a ChatGPT perspective. I now can go on my device, or I can go on my computer, and I can ask that question. And I can get the answer. And here's the other cool part about it, if you haven't seen this technology yet. I can say, and I probably would be of interest to do this, how do I teach my parents how to do this such that when the next kid asks, they know how to do it themselves? But I can provide that context as we move forward. Why is that important? Technology will enable a personalized learning experience at rates that we haven't seen before in the history of our society. And it's going to be conversational because we're learning more and more about how you're consuming technology. And when it's done in a way with natural language and it's conversational, we see the adoption curve much faster. I'm going to last piece on just analytics because when we look at AI, there's this sense of a lot of data that can exist. And the question is, how do you optimize that data to deliver the right experiences for education? The first one when we think about educators is taking a step back and asking this fundamental question. How effective are the methods that we're using delivering the right outcomes for students in the classroom? Where do we have excellence? In the context of where we're delivering, but maybe broader in the subject or the area of research that we're performing. Where does that exist? How do you pull that in and provide that knowledge in a way that isn't necessarily you shall do this, it's more important here's how this can help you. And how do you take that same conversational context that the teacher had, that the student had, to deliver it to the actual educators across the board? Learning analytics now can draw inferences over 40 billion points of data, and it can deliver an answer in under 3 milliseconds. Why is that important? Because when you think about learning models that need to exist from an educational perspective, you want to draw inferences across local context, but broader across additional context to relate it. And we're excited about what those learning experiences will be able to do to augment not only the experience in the classroom, but the experience about how you put a classroom, a cohort together. There's research that shows learning cohorts where there's a balance of collective of understanding across who's within that cohort have an 85% higher chance of that cohort achieving at a much faster and accelerated rate than a cohort that wasn't drawn together from inferences from data. Why is that important? Because you learn as an individual, but you grow and scale within a community. And to create those cohort communities across learning will be very important for AI to have an impact on. I want to say this, and in some instances you stand up on stage and people ask this question, technology and AI, is it going to replace us? I'm nervous about technology. When I had this conversation with my mom and saying I was going to come here and have this discussion with you all, she goes, I don't want you guys in my business. I don't want you guys in my business. I done raised 5 kids and they all went to college. I think I know what I'm doing. You can leave me alone for now. It won't replace humans. It'll help you create the first draft. It'll lower the costs economically for you to gain access to knowledge. And it'll do something that we've never had access and opportunity to. It'll broaden your community of knowledge from not where your current network is, but a global network around best practices. That change, that approach, that adoption will lead to faster outcomes, not just from the purposes of you had technology, but faster outcomes in terms of how the learning experience can be personalized to deliver solutions and knowledge with technology. I want to say this to you, and I know it's not going to happen just from today. The fear of AI is managed with responsibility, and we take deep care in what that responsibility needs to be, from a Microsoft perspective as well as from an industry perspective. And it needs to be responsible across three facets. One, it needs to be inclusive. It needs to make sure that it represents diverse thought and diverse perspective across all paths, not only in how you learn, but how you actually capture tacit knowledge. The next piece, it needs to be managed. Because in some way, we need to make sure that the experiences from AI, especially in education, leaves no one behind. And we are passionate about making sure that that happens in such a way that we've translated across what we have from a Microsoft perspective. We can translate roughly to 92% of all global languages on our platform now. And we will continue to agitate at that. And we're even double clicking into local dialects. The next piece, it needs to be compliant. It needs to make sure that what we're offering from a ChatGPT perspective doesn't just support the student, but it supports the teacher and the administrator as well. And last but certainly not least, it needs to be secure. Because the information as it relates to how you deliver a tailored, personalized experience with education needs to be exactly that, personalized, and protecting the identity and the information that's associated not only with the institution or the educators or the faculty, but also the teachers and the student. And we do this in an open way. There are no hidden models that you all can't have access to that you can't see. There's no information that we draw inferences over that you don't have access that's viewed. And this last pillar, and I'm going to ask this of all you in the room, as you think about technology and the application of it, especially when it comes to AI, ask yourself one fundamental question. If you knew what you knew now that you didn't know then, would you ask the same question or would you ask a different one? If you knew what you knew now that you didn't know then, would you ask the same question or a different one? Here's why. Challenging and being inquisitorial in how we grow as a society, when you broaden that pool of knowledge, I am amazed at what can come out of it. When you make it diverse, I am blessed about how people can interact with it. But more importantly, when you make it personal, you now create a moment for everyone to have a level playing field, to be exactly and gain access to what they need to be successful. That's the goal. That's the arc. That's the passion. Thank you so much for giving me the chance to stand up here and have a conversation on AI in education. I appreciate the moment. I believe I've got 5 minutes left for questions. Yes.
Come on, you can do that. Big round of applause for our
Thank you.
Okay, so we know that you guys got a lot of questions. I always think about, AI taking over the world and so forth. The rest of my viewers. Okay, so we have two mics. We have Nadine, we have Mike. So raise your hand. If you have a question, we're kind of running behind on time, but we do want to indulge your inquiries of this amazing insight that Ali Hall blessed us with this morning. So just raise your hand, and we have one over here, Mike. So we'll take 2 or 3 questions. Be mindful of time.
Hi, good morning. I just have questions about, especially what you brought up about admissions and assessment. What safeguards are in place for kind of mitigating algorithmic biases that might be, they're created by their, creators, and typically AI researchers are from a certain class with a certain background, mostly male. So just what would you say to people who have concerns about AI being responsible for admissions and assessment?
Yeah, I think I'd say 2 things. When you look at the the machine models that exist, we call them large language models or LLMs, they have the ability to be scored. So as you're asking questions of a model, it is scoring the inferences across where it thinks it can narrow down the answer to that. That scoring information is publicly available for that model that exists. In the scenario you're talking about for assessments and make sure that it's not biased, the tuning of the model can be owned by the administration. And then the administration can run what are called A/B tests against that model to assess whether or not, very directly or indirectly, there are biases that exist within it. So the scoring capability that's associated with the model is the best practice for governance around managing bias. The next piece is the next method to that is testing. There's A/B testing that can be performed in site. There's also organizations that do A/B testing outside of site, and they come back with a score on that model. And so I think those two collectively create a moment for us to make sure, one, is it respecting the governance and compliance of the institution? And then two, is it using that as a sounding board across others that get scored against it? I think the more that we can create moments with anonymity in some instances to make sure that the data isn't too revealing in terms of what's a scoring order over against something that's publicly available, that'll be the best way for us to be able to manage it and drive that in the right way that'll be balanced. Yeah.
Okay, we have a right here.
Thank you for the presentation.
Yeah.
My question will be about AI for students.
Yep.
With its focus on personalized learning. What is going to happen to social aspects of learning within classroom? Because there will be teachers who will be using personalized learning platform in classrooms. I was just wondering, what are your thoughts about the future of AI in education, particularly the concern of its continued focus on personalized learning platforms?
Yeah, good question. I think I'm going to draw an example to that to say, if we look at what social media did for our society, right, wrong, indifferent, good or bad, what did it do? It created the moment for networks to be created in a digital fashion, which was far easier. And then you saw meetups and more personal type of in-face scenarios coming together where you saw groups of people wanting to get together because they had something in common. When we think about the personalized learning experience that I talked about earlier, I talked about this notion of cohorts. What's going to be truly unique about what AI can do about a cohort is now just thinking about how to be able to draw, let's say, an incoming academic year. Let's take, hypothetically, that academic year and figuring out what backgrounds, what insights, what educational experiences did this cohort come in and have. As they're going through the learning experience about what they're learning, what if you could say, where are others like this that have asked this question, and what answers did you give them? Then it could say, yes, there are others. Guess what? You attend Cal State University San Bernardino. There's 3 math cohorts that exist that have actually answered this exact problem or this scenario. More importantly, they meet on Tuesdays in the student union, or thirdly, they're going to meet in the brand new Performing Arts Center on Wednesdays when that open up. So you use that experience to not only draw how it's personalized for me, but you draw it to creating communities or cohorts of learners moving forward. That's where we see AI going to be able to help, very similar to how you see it in social media. Yeah.
So what I'm hearing and I'm reading, it says it will reignite a passion, rediscover the passion with expert insights on the state of education for teachers especially. But do I also read in that it would be a wonderful tool to excite and impassion new teachers that may have never even thought of, education in this tone before? I mean, I'm excited for Dr. Chinakwa there. We're going to be able to use this as a marketing tool.
Yeah.
And because that kept me from becoming a teacher for years. It was the fear of the paperwork.
Yeah.
But better late than never, right? So, but I'm excited about that. So is it something to be excited about, that we can market this and say, you're not going to leave behind your laptop at home? It's going to be great.
Yeah. No, it's a good question. I think there's probably 2 pillars to excitement when it comes to technology, to be frank. The first pillar is the magic of what it can do. And I think that becomes really exciting across the tools that are provided for that magic to occur. And I think the excitement about the arc of what the educational experience will look like and what a career will look like, I'd love to say this. We've built really cool technology in Microsoft. The one that makes me the most proud is the number of mechanics now that take a laptop and to work with them. They're technologists. The teachers that today carry laptops with them make them technologists. Now think about having the opportunity to tune that technology to make you not only a more effective teacher, but to create an opportunity to be more effective in your engagement with students. We want teachers to be excited about the personal connection that technology can build. And I think that's one that we should be screaming from the mountaintops on in terms of how they do that, while giving them time back to be effective. You are spot on. We can't make it about the device. We have to make it about the experience for the administrator, for the teacher, as well as for the student. And we're hoping the fact that you get to do that across a common landscape makes it easier for us to be able to say, if you were a teacher that we just talked about, for someone who was a janitor from Dr. Chinaka, that's now a teacher within the classroom, being conversational in how they interact today, they can still be effective in that manner and lower the bar for them to have great outcomes with students. So we hope that technology is a draw, but we hope how technology creates better personal connections with students is an even bigger draw for our teachers to be effective. I'm excited about that. I hope you guys are too.
Let's give Ali Powell a big round of applause. Come on, you've been at Ali Powell. Thank you so much for blessing us. We so appreciate you. And also, I want to show some mad love to Jennifer Stengel, because she worked behind the scenes to get her here, to get him here. Please stand at your feet so we can also give you that. This is Ali Powell's Chief of Staff. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now just really quick before we bring Dr. Acevedo up, we want all the members of the Educational Leadership Summit Advisory Committee to please stand to your feet. So there is this brainstorming behind the scenes that brought you this content. Can all those advisory board members please stand to your feet? Are they here? We have a superintendent, okay, obviously Kathy Flynn, absolutely. Someone else? Okay, and then obviously I as well. Okay, now, no further ado, Dr. Acevedo.
All right, everyone. I imagine you might be ready for a quick break, but little did you know we're going to actually put you to work. We are very fortunate to have 11 student teams next door who have developed innovative practices in STEM education. And we have students from Riverside STEM Academy, Cesar E. Chavez Middle School, Curtis Middle School, Rodriguez Prep Academy, Bing Wong Elementary. And our students have developed solutions by using STEM as a tool. And so some of these solutions include a GPA calculator, which as a college advisor I would have found really helpful back then, communication tool for low-functioning autism, renewable energy. Your role in this, in going out there and viewing the student projects, it's going to be to vote, right? And so we're asking you to vote. You have about 30 minutes to do this. We're asking you to vote and consider the best presentation. So how well does the presentation, both in terms of the visuals that they selected and how the students interact and engage with the audience? We're asking you to consider the most innovative solution. Are the problems and are the solutions innovative and creative? How accurate and clear are the STEM concepts that students have engaged with? And then we're asking you to vote for the best solution. So does the project sufficiently solve the problem that they aim to address? So you have about 30 minutes to view those projects. After that, you will have a 15-minute break. And just so you know, the restrooms are right outside our doors toward the right. Toward the elevators, there's a walkway that'll take you into the restroom. So we look forward to you all opening up. There's a QR code. There's supposed to be a QR code behind me and at the tables. There it is. Okay. So the QR code is there for you all to access the rubric and go ahead and assess the student projects. Later on in the day, we will take your votes into consideration along with the faculty members who help support the development of these projects, and we will have 3 awards for our students present today. So thank you all. All right, everyone, just a quick announcement that in about 5 minutes, we will come back for our second panel. So if you need a quick restroom break, please take that. We're going to be closing this wall off, so please make sure you're not in that way. They can't hear me in that room, huh? I'm going to go make an announcement over there. Then, yeah.
Sue Kaiser, you're needed. Sue Kaiser, Dr. Sue Kaiser, where are you? Here she is right here.
All right, everyone, we're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you so much to those of you who participated in providing votes for our student projects. Greatly appreciated. We'll find out the results later on in today's program. Right now, I'd like to introduce Dr. Sue Kaiser. She's lecturer and co-coordinator of the Educational Administration Program, and she's going to be moderating our next panel.
San Bernardino on a wonderful non-rainy day. We're kind of sandwiched in between. As we gather today, I'm remembering that November is not just my birthday month, but this is the month of Thanksgiving. And I'm thankful today, 1 week from today, we'll be gathering in our family units, everybody eating that same iconic food. It's the same from family to family, house to house. And it's a time to be together and to remember those relationships that we have. And as I've been meeting our parents this morning, I've been saying to these parents, you are the most important people in the room, the most important people in the world. And so as we think about Thanksgiving and our family time together, and we think about parent engagement and involvement, we're going to be hearing from two different models today that are models that have worked in terms of getting parents actively involved in a real way. So, the theme today has been innovation. And as we're thinking about innovation, it is more important now than ever before to have those strong relationships with parents. As schools are changing, it's not the same school that parents went to. And I'm going to tell you a little story of something that happened when my child, who is now 37 years old, was being signed up for high school. And we went down and met with the counselor. I was an elementary school principal in another district. And the counselor said, well, we're going to make sure that he gets all of his A through Gs. I was an administrator, highly educated in the field of education. I had no clue what A through G was. And so he showed this grid of courses that needed to be taken in order for him to get into a college and to finish college ready. I was so excited. I went back to my elementary school and I gathered my PTA together. Said I learned something brand new when I signed Matthew up for high school. I learned about A through G, and I want you to know about this too, and I want you to know about it now. So that even though your children are in elementary school, this is what they're going to be facing in high school, and this is why we've got to lay firm foundations so that they can get all of those A through G classes. So as you see in the grand tapestry of education, parents are the initial weavers of that tapestry. They set the foundation upon which a child's academic journey unfolds. Parents are the first teachers, imparting values, curiosity, and we heard about curiosity in our AI presentation today, and fundamental skills. Our schools hold a precious trust, the entrusted care and guidance of these invaluable young minds. Remember, when we engage parents, we form an unbreakable bridge between the home and the school, exponentially enhancing a child's educational experience. Parent involvement signifies a partnership, a joint effort to nurture and empower our students. It's not a one-way track. We need to tell our parents about A through G, but we need to stop and listen. How is this impacting your family? What is it that you need from us? And how can the work in your home inform our work so that we're working toward the same goals in similar ways? Schools in partnerships with parents is such an important feature of effective schools that the Commission of Teacher Credentialing, our CTC, has written one of the 6 professional standards for administrators around parent and involvement, parent and family engagement. Think about that for a minute. In California, for all of our administrators, there are 6 standards. Of those 6 standards, one of them is about parent involvement. So parents, we have a standard and an expectation that we develop avenues of parent involvement. This standard calls on our schools to, and I quote, meaningfully involve all parents and families, including underrepresented communities, in student learning and support programs. Furthermore, the standard calls on us to solicit input from and to facilitate a reciprocal relationship with families that encourages them to assist the school and to participate in opportunities that extend their capacity to support students. Today we're going to be bringing to you 2 models, one from PK and one from Moreno Valley, that have had a measure of success in the implementation of parent engagement and involvement. We will hear from PK, parent improvement for quality, parent involvement for quality education, and representing PK today is the Associate Director of the Inland Empire, Joshua Hernandez. And Joshua will come and introduce the parents that he has brought, and then we'll introduce our Moreno Valley team. Thank you.
Good morning, buenos dias. I would like to thank Dr. Kaiser and everybody involved, everybody behind the scenes involved in this amazing educational summit. I'm enchanted to be here amongst you all. Le quiero dar las gracias a la doctora Kaiser y toda la gente detrás de las escenas de poder tenernos esta cumbre de una educación educacional. Así que primeramente quiero darle las gracias a nuestros queridos padres. Tenemos a Perla Melchor, que pertenece en el distrito de Desert Sands. Si me pueden apoyar con un fuerte aplauso. I have Miss Perla Melchor, who belongs to Desert Sands Unified School District. Aymara Ravago as well belongs to Desert Sands Unified School District. Mr. Ruben Lomeli belongs to Rialto Unified School District. Ms. Mayra Vera Rizzo also belongs to Rialto Unified School District. And Ms. Susana Samudio, who belongs to Alvord Unified School District. So thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Kaiser.
Okay, and PK is a process that has been used in many school districts across not just the Inland Empire, but they're in all of our states, and in fact, they're international, assisting schools and teaching parents how to ask questions and to educate parents on things like A through G. So the principal doesn't have to come back from a random meeting and do that with her parents. Next, I would like to bring to you a school board member, Mr. Holguin, who is going to introduce his parents. And Mr. Holguin and the model that we're going to be talking about from Moreno Valley is one that won a Golden Bell Award. And for those of you that aren't familiar with CSBA, the California School Boards Association, the Golden Bell Award is a very coveted award that is given not just everybody that applies, but they really have to meet a stringent criteria. And the Parent Ambassador Program of Moreno Valley won this prestigious award. And so he's going to come introduce his families, and then we'll be hearing about his model. Please.
Good morning. Out there. Good morning. Thank you so much for having us here, Dr. Kaiser, and thank you all for allowing us to join your space and your time. We're extremely proud of being here and talking to you about the Moreno Valley Unified School District and the Parent Ambassador Program. We're extremely proud of that program, and we're going to be able to share with you just bits and pieces of that program. Of course, like Dr. Kaiser mentioned, we have earned the Golden Bell Award from the California School Boards Association, the most prestigious award in California when it comes to education. So we're very proud of that. I'm a board member in the Moreno Valley Unified School District, proudly serving there for the last 21 years, and extremely happy with the things that are happening in education and in the Moreno Valley Unified School District, especially in the parent engagement area, because that is very important for us, for the board, for the administration, and for every site, and of course for the entire community. Today I have with me 3 of those parent ambassadors, and they're going to share their stories with you, because each one of them has a different story, but those stories are very powerful, and that is why the Parent Ambassador Program has been so successful. So I have Marisela Garcia here with us, one of the Parent Ambassadors, and then we're going to show you one example of what is happening when it comes to being inclusive in the process. And then we have Ms. Joanna Leyva, who is also a very powerful parent that has become even more powerful as time comes, and she has been very vocal and very outspoken when it comes to engaging parents in our district. And then we have Mr. Ben Robinson, who, another example, we have a male parent ambassador. We also have a group of them, and I think it is important for us to consider that we not only have mothers, but we also have fathers that are very powerful and very engaged, and we want to be engaged in the process. So thank you so much for having us here this morning. Appreciate it.
So with no further ado, we'll have Josh come and share with us a little bit about PK, and then we'll also hear from his parents. Thank you.
So it's an absolute pleasure to be representing an amazing organization called PIQE, the Parent Institute for Quality Education. Please don't get it confused with Shakira's ex, PIQE. It's a different subject. But our mission has been very precise, to provide families with knowledge and skills, to partner with schools and communities to ensure children reach their maximum potential. Since 1987, for over 36 years, we've been in 36 counties, in over 130 school districts, and over 400 schools in Northern and Southern California. We've also been in 14 states, and internationally we are in Mexico City, Distrito Federal. We've served over 750,000 families, and we've impacted the lives of over 2 million students. 96% of PIQE participants, their students have graduated from high school, and that's what we all want, right? To help support our kids, be their advocates, especially supporting them throughout their academic development. Over 70% of students of PIQE participants enroll into college in universities like this one. Part of our methodology, 7 days prior to our orientation, we raise the level of concerns. We work with a great team of recruiters, past PIQE graduates who are trained to make phone calls, calling parents one-on-one, inviting them to our orientation. And our amazing trained recruiters make the initial phone call, where we conduct the orientation and raise the level of concern on how we could support our kids throughout their academic development in either elementary, middle school, or high school. During the 5 weeks, we have 5 weekly core classes. Each class is a distinct topic, different from the previous one. And we have an amazing facilitators who provide relevant and beneficial information on how we could support our kids throughout their academic development. At the end of our 8-week program, we have eager, proactive parents who are motivated and have the tools and resources they've obtained to be actively involved in helping kids succeed throughout their academic development. Our main PK objectives are for parents to play and participate in the role of their child's daily lives, creating and supportive learning environment, navigating the school system, collaborating with teachers and counselors and principals, and encouraging college attendance beginning from kindergarten. Supporting their kids' child's emotional and social development, especially since post-COVID, right? It's more important, especially now than ever, to have that correlation, right? If a kid feels sure and safe about himself, it's going to go hand in hand with his academics. After our 5 weekly core classes, we have something called Principals Dialogue, where parents, after the 5 weeks, they have information and tools, so how they could help support their kids throughout their academic development. During this Principals Dialogue, principals gather with our parents, faculty members, counselors, and teachers, and we answer concerns in regards to their children's education. Afterwards, we have a graduation, which we, like amazing parents like we have up here, we thank them. They receive a graduation certificate, And we'd like to celebrate them for letting us get into their households or participating actively in school for this great accomplishment that they've had in graduating from the PK program. Our work in family engagement is amazing. We want to partner with you principals, superintendents, teachers, so we could keep supporting our kids, especially during these difficult times. In the Inland Empire region, we work with amazing principals, amazing faculties, and we keep supporting our children throughout their academic development in this process. Further ado, I would like to thank Carla Rosenberry, who is my deputy director. Carla, thank you so much, Carla, for representing it. I'd like to thank also my dear mentor and vice principal, Dr. James Huff. It's always a pleasure to see you, sir. And I would like to thank you all for supporting us throughout this journey, to hearing our message, and we hope to collaborate with you and your schools in the near future. So thank you so much. I would like to thank again my parents, Susana Samudio from Albert Unified School District, Mayra Vera Rizo from Rialto, Mr. Ruben Lomeli, Aymar Rabago, and Ms. Perla Melchor. I would like to now ask Ms. Susana Samudio if you would like to come up and share with us your experience in partaking in the PK program. Thank you, dear.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Susana Samudio. I have 3 students who attended from kinder to 12 at Albert Unified School District. When I first heard about PK, my daughter was 4th grader. I went, and it was so funny because when they were doing the orientation, they talked about how many of you know what A through G is. Nobody raised their hand. Parents don't know about it unless they are taught. But in my case, I graduated from California Baptist University, so I knew about A through G. So I just raised my hand and I said, "Me? What is it?" Those are the classes that are necessary to be accepted into a UC and a Cal State. And they were like, wow. But you know what? That did not prevent me by saying, oh, I know everything, so I'm not going to take it. No, that even gave me that push to say, I need to take this just to assure that everything that they're going to teach me, I'm going to do it as a parent. And I took the class. I graduated. My oldest went to RCC and then CBU. And then my second, Cal State Dominguez Hill. And my third, like we all know, not everybody's made to go to college, but he went the CTE route, and it's in the Union. But the information that I learned or I refreshed, in my case, was amazing. From there, I started a little parent group because PK is only there for 8 weeks, and they leave, right? But it is so important if you, in the future, feel like, I'm going to bring PK to my school, to my district, to have someone representing from your district there, to have that connection, that relationship with the parents, and that can be an amazing, future story. But I started a group with the Albert parents, and we met for, I'm not kidding, 10 years, every last Friday of the month, and we just created community. And all those kids, there were probably like 20 families that all went to college. So it's just the experience that I had. It was amazing. So I always recommend Parent Institute for the schools because that, from day one, there's a chip in the brain of the parent that it's not the district responsibility, but it's a partnership. And parents do change their mentality and see, if I am not involved, and if I don't go to meetings, if I don't, I'm not have a relationship with a teacher or with a principal, then my kid can be a statistic that we don't want. So it does change the mentality of a parent, and especially those that never went to school in the United States, right? It's a curriculum where they teach the system, right? From TK all the way to 12, but especially the 4-year plan. 9 through 12. So great experience. I will always preach about it, and I recommend it at the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Susana. I would like to ask Ms. Maida if you would like to give us your experience as being a PICA graduate.
Good morning, buenos dias. So I actually have three students in Rialto Unified School District. As we all know, all our kids are different. So with that said, the world keeps evolving. So when I heard about PICA, I'm the type of parent that always raises a hand. I always believe we could always learn, no matter how much we know. We can never know too much. So, I raised my hand and I said, okay, I don't know what I'm getting myself into. Let's go figure out what's going on. And you know what? That was a very good decision on my behalf. At the time, the first time I came across PICA, my oldest, my 16-year-old, was in middle school. And so that was the first time I went through it, and that was about 4 years ago. And then he entered high school, and I'm like, wait a minute, that was quite some time ago. The world keeps evolving, education keeps evolving, the necessary needs for you to go into college change. So I said, okay, I'll give it a try again. And you know what? I was like, oh, it did change. So that gave, my light bulb turned on again. And I said, oh, what about if parents knew about this from the elementary level? So my daughter, my youngest, is currently a 4th grader. And I said, you know what? I'm going to speak to the administrator, see if they could bring PICA to elementary level. And you know what? That was a very good thing because we need to start early on. We as parents need to be informed as much as possible so that we could guide our kids into the right path. They're all different. Some of them won't choose college, but at least they'll have that opportunity to decide once they're 18, because you can't control that part, that if they do want to go to college, they're ready for it. And we as parents, we need to do as much as possible. It is a collaboration. I think we have to involve all parties, starting from the student, the parent, staff, administrators, and programs like PICA. So with that said, thank you for having us, and, go PICA.
Mr. Ruben Lomelí, would you like to share with us?
Hello. Hi. Good morning. I am Ruben Lomelí. I am in the Fontana Unified District. My English no is stronger, but it's better in Spanish, but no problem. I have three childs. One in Urban is recently. I have other in ninth grade. My princess is in 5th grade. I am involved for Fortune in PICA. In my district, no exists PICA now. I am fight for invite PICA to the Fontana. Is my goal in this moment. No is possible for the parents. The information is disponible for the parents. I don't know. Not search the information. No involvement in this information is important for the child go to the university. In this moment in Fontana introduced the AVID program in elementary. Is very important for the child in this moment need go to the university. In this moment, one child in 1st grade say, "Oh, I am teacher, I am doctor, I am whatever." It's very good. That last time, maybe in high school, things for, "Oh, I'm going to the university. Oh, I don't know what career. I don't know what. I don't know. Maybe no. Maybe only finish the high school and no more." Huh? In this moment, the child introduced to the university in elementary school. It is good for the program PICA is better for forget the parent for, son, go to the university, go to the university, go to the university, in all the moment. If the parent is convinced that, okay, I'm going to the university, the child is possible we go to the university. No, oh no, you know good for the university. It's okay, no? No, they go to the university in all the moment. You go to the university, okay? Thank you, PK.
We'll be able to hear from our other two PK parents during our question and answer at the end, but I wanted to have time for Mr. Holguin to come and share a little bit about the parent ambassadors and hear from the wonderful program that Moreno Valley has and the parents have come to share. Thank you, Mr. Holguin.
Thank you so much. Once again, the Parent Ambassador Program, Moreno Valley Unified School District. And just to give you a brief description of the program before I ask them to share their stories, the Parent Ambassador Program was established in the district as a way for us to increase parent engagement at every site in the school district throughout the entire community. We currently serve about 31,000 students. When we started the program, it was close to 34,000. Of course, we have lost some, but 34,000 students, 34,000 families in a 200,000 resident area, kind of difficult to reach out to every one of them. So through the Parent Ambassador Program, the district hired a few parents that were willing to work with the district on a part-time basis. And then those parents were going to go out to the community and reach out to those pockets of parents in the community that normally they would not come to meetings, they would not attend events, they would just stay home because of many different reasons. They have families, they are busy, they have things to do and stuff. So they don't have time to come to the district. So the parent ambassadors would go out, reach out to them with information, ask them what they needed, ask them how the district would help their students, or what did they have to offer that they are not willing to come forward that we can get from them if we go to their homes and bring it so that we can use it in the district for the benefit of the students. So the program was successful initially. So today we have about 40 parent ambassadors, and one of them serves pretty much in every site. We have 40 sites that we serve the 31,000 students, and one parent ambassador serves at least one site. In addition to that, we have many events throughout the entire school year, and every time we have a big event district-wide, all the parent ambassadors are present there because they're helping, making that connection with the parents, with community organizations and families, and on and on and on. So it has been very successful because many parents, again, that normally would not get the information are getting it now thanks to the parent ambassadors. So the program has been very successful again, that we got the Golden Bell Award program, but other districts throughout the entire state have come to visit the district to see how it's working. So I'm very pleased that we have the opportunity to talk to you about this program today here. So if you want more information, I'll be more than happy to share some more with you. But at this time, I want to stop here because I want you to hear from the parents. Again, we have 3 today, 3 of the 40, and Ms. Garcia is going to tell us a little bit about her experience as a parent ambassador. What is it that, Ms. Garcia, what is it that this program has done to you? Why are you involved in this program, and what are you doing? What is it being beneficial to you and the parents that you are talking to? Can you share with us, please?
Good morning. My name is Marisela Garcia. I'm a parent ambassador. I had 3 kids, one in 8th grade, 5th grade, and my older, he graduated from high school 2020, and now he's enlisted in the Army. I started helping the schools when I saw that my big one, he has a lot of problems, and I didn't know how to help him. So I started involving the school as just do lunch with the kids, just go play outside with the kids. And then my principal told me, I want you to be a campus support duty. I'm like, I don't have GD, I don't have nothing, I don't even have papers. And she was like, you don't need nothing of that. You just need to go and apply. I'm like, I don't know how to do it. So she did everything for me. She helped me a lot. And then when she saw that I had this passion for these kids, she said, I want you to be an instruction assistant. So apply to be an instruction assistant. I passed my test, I passed my interview, I passed everything. But then I saw Miss Joanna, that she was in every event at the district. And one time I asked her, what you do, what's your position? And she said, I'm a parent ambassador. When they open a new position, she said, Marisela, they're open, apply. So apply. I did it. And again, I passed my interview. I remember that day I was so nervous, and I told my superintendent, I don't speak English. But I did all my interview in English. And he said, never, never again say that you don't speak English. And I was like, I did it. I did it in English. I was so happy. Then I started working as a parent ambassador, and I see these parents that didn't know nothing about the district. They didn't know nothing about the events, like the information that the district has. So I'm gonna start like go to all meetings, board meetings, DLAC meeting, APAC, all those meetings. And I go back to my school, to my meetings, for my ELAC meetings, and I share all this information. I share my number. And then a lot of parents start like sending me message for Messenger, for my Facebook, for my Instagram. Marisela, they told me, yeah, you are the parent ambassador. We need help. This is happening in my school. This is happening with my kids. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to see what I can do. I go to the district, I talk to my director, I talk with the superintendent, and they give me the answers. So I start like, get this communication with my parents, with my principals, and I'm so happy to be part of Moreno Valley Unified District, but I'm more happy to help these peoples. Tomorrow we had this fantastic event, Bantipo Harbor. We're going to help 350 families. We're going to give food, gift cards. And for me, it's a blessing to help these people, because I know what they're passing right now, because I had this communication, and like when they go and they told me like, we need clothes, we need food, I'm like, go to the wellness center. We have this wellness center. We can help you with everything. Right now, I'm at the wellness center. I passed my interview again. And I help a lot of people. For me, it's a blessing when I saw the faces of the kids. We have a closet closed. So when I open the door and they see all the clothes, the shoes, there were, wow, we're amazing. His faces, they make a lot for me. I'm like, thanks God. Thanks God, because I can help these kids, these families with food. Sometimes we drive to the houses to take the food, to take clothes, to take diapers. We have a lot of students that they need help, but the parents, they don't know where to ask. So that's why we are the parent ambassadors. We can give to these families all the information that they need. Thank you. I think I talk a lot.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. You know, as you can see, initially the language was going to be a barrier. In fact, I thought we were going to have to translate for her, but she doesn't need translation. She doesn't need translation. But that was one key. Parents that don't speak English, Spanish only. So she was able to communicate with them and bring the information and make them connect with the school district that way. So let me ask Mr. Robinson, Ben Robinson, you have been very active in the community as a parent ambassador too. And you have been very instrumental in bringing some of the male figure into the parent engagement area. So talk to us about that and tell us about the program from your perspective, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Holgain. I don't know if I should stand up. Can I stand up? I'd like to see you. Is that all right? My name is Benjamin Robinson. I'm a husband. I'm a father. I'm a grandparent, and I am a parent ambassador. I love it. I love it. I am one of the original parent ambassadors. 12 years ago, this program began. You might ask me, why are you still doing the same thing 12 years later? Listen, it has grown. It has grown. This is an opportunity. You know, life is full of challenges, but life is also full of opportunities. You can take that challenge and turn it into an opportunity. So that's what I've done. And there's nothing better than reaching out and touching someone, physically touching. This program allows us to engage with families, to engage with parents, to engage with students, and just embrace them where they are, seeking to take them where they are looking to go. So, like I said, 12 years. I can see this program has grown. 12 years ago, I had 3 school sites. 3. This year, I have 1 school site. So I'm able to literally just dive in and meet the need of students, parents, and families right where they are. I wouldn't trade this in. Teaching is a profession that you have to have a heart for. It's not the salary. No. It's nothing. It's a chosen profession. And you do this because you can make a difference. I am interested in making a difference in the lives of the citizens of Moreno Valley. This program also networks with the community organizations, garnering support as we attempt to accomplish the same mission. I told you why am I doing this? Why have I done this? Because I have more to do. The job hasn't gone away. As a matter of fact, it's gotten even larger. It's greater now. The need is greater. I don't know about your community, but I can speak about my community. And the need is real. So with the Parent Ambassador Program, let me just share a little something. I was in Winco. Do you have a Winco in your area? I don't know if you do. I was in the Winco grocery store. It's talking about making a difference. I was in the Winco grocery store last week, and there was a student and says, "Hey, Mr. B, how are you?" This is a high school senior. How many high school seniors just pass you by? Whether they have their AirPods on or their music, they just totally ignore you. But this young lady, we were so connected that she felt impressed to come up and greet me. I asked, "How are you doing? How is your family?" She is one of the families that we've identified with great needs. This Bountiful Harvest program that's taking place tomorrow at Vista Del Lago High School, families are invited to come. We will be there. Have you ever extended your hand to someone, not looking for anything in return? Just extending. This is for you. And then to see the complexions, the countenance of faces just change from maybe a frown to a smile. Let me even stand up straighter. I don't have to be ashamed of my situation. Here in the Moreno Valley Unified School District, one of my responsibilities is to go out and share the services that can be obtained. Every student is important. Every parent is important. Every family is important. I encourage you just like I encourage myself. Let's make a difference. Are you willing to make a difference? Let's make a difference in everything that we do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Do we have a couple of minutes more to hear from Ms. Leiva? Ms. Leiva has been a very powerful parent, like I said. She has been very vocal, very outspoken, very communicative with administration as to what are the needs for the parents. So, Ms. Leiva, tell us about your experience, and we only have a couple of minutes, okay?
I'm sorry, I cannot be sitting down and just talk. I'm going to try to make it really quick. But one of the reasons that I became, involved in our community is because of my kids. My kids were, tested because he needed some services, and he qualified for the special education program. And I had no idea what that was. I was ignorant to it. So that's what it made me, become involved. Because I didn't want any other child going through what my kid went just because the parent, was ignorant of what it was having, special education services. And I want other parents to become, knowledgeable of, the different programs that the district has to offer to our kids. And so I became pretty involved in the school. I started being part of ELAC, PTA, APAC, PTOs, and then you start seeing the need in your community. Then, I heard about the Parent Ambassador Program, and my heart is serving my community. You don't have to have money to help others. And then I start seeing the need that we have, for parents to have a better communication with our principals, administrators, with teachers. Sometimes we don't see the struggles that our students are going through, but mainly we don't see the struggles that our parents are going through, and that's where the walls are starting to be built. And as parent ambassadors, we are here to break those walls, build bridges of trust. Because that's, when parents see, oh yeah, Miss Joanna or Joanna, she knows about, the special education program. She went through this. I can trust her. I know she'll direct me to the right people. I know she'll give me a true answer. So we created, with a group of parents, we created a community advisory committee for special education, parents. I'm also part, and president of the DLAC. I'm representative for ELAC. I'm in Booster Club right now. I'm at the secretary. I'm pretty involved because I want to be informed to help other parents. My main purpose is to plant a seed on every single parent that I can reach out to and make them understand the importance of being involved. Being involved in your kids' education. It's very important because that will help them succeed, to understand what the A through G classes require. Sometimes we encounter parents that they don't know how to read or write, and we have this great program that is the book clubs. We have book clubs in English and Spanish. We have parents that they don't know how to read and write. And through this program that we have, this group that we have been able to teach those parents, and also help us to create a better connection with the parents and see the needs that they have. Not only, like with Maricela said, providing them with food and resources, that are important in their household, but also to understand why sometimes they cannot help them with their homework. We have parents, they don't know how to speak English. So we start seeing all the needs, and we are only required to do 20 hours a month. But to be honest with you, that cannot be possible. We end up doing 100, 160, 140 hours a month because we see the need. We go to different events, meetings, and we start learning so we can be able to answer questions and guide our parents to the right direction. But this is not only serving parents, we serve students too. We let them know about, resources. We have the opportunity as parent ambassadors to communicate not only, with community members, vendors, with the administrators at different schools, but we also able to communicate and build a relationship with politicians too. I have been able to go to Sacramento and talk to congressmen and legislators and let them know what our parents, want them to know. So I just wanted to live in your hearts and in your minds to please create that connection with your parents, with your students. It's really important for their success. We need your support as parents. And I'm just happy to be a parent ambassador and to have this opportunity. And I'm blessed and happy to be here because when I joined the parent ambassador program, believe it or not, I wasn't able to talk because I had a very bad moment that I went through an illness that I lost my ability to talk and to walk. And they hire me. I don't know why and how that happened, but they hire me, and here I am today, talking to you and asking you for your help and your support. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Okay, so educators, we've heard two wonderful models of parent engagement. These groups that ignite the parent engagement, our PK group and our parent ambassadors. In my opening remarks, I said that there's a grand tapestry of education and that parents are the initial weavers. We must come together and weave together, and I think that's the story that we heard today. We have just a couple of minutes. If there's any questions, we do have a little bit of time for question and answer with our parent panels. More information about PK or parent ambassadors. Oh, yes. We have two more parents that did not, we were just running short of time. Would you like to come and share a little bit about your experience? Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm short. Like this? Yes. Hi, my name is Aymara Ravago, and I'm so proud to once I met a girl to invite me to this workshop of parents. You know what? I have this workshop. It's so interesting. And it was PK. And it really opened my mind because as a parent that I came from Mexico and all my school was in Mexico, high school, university, and now in that time I noticed that it was totally different here in US, and at that time I had a lot of questions. The most important question for me, it was the college. What is the college? Why is college and then university? What its calling is about? So PK opened my mind, and now I understand all about how college works, how university works. Because in Mexico, you graduate from high school and it's straight then for the university. There is nothing about college, nothing. It's high school and then university. So now I understand it's different here. I learned about. And you know what? PK doesn't end in the graduation for parents. It still, after I had my graduation and my certificate of PK as a parent, I start to be more involved in the school of my girls. So I start to be part of the school site council. I start to be part of DLAC on the district, and I still continue learning after PK. So it was a wonderful, wonderful program for parents. I really, really recommend. Any questions about, if you want to learn more about PK? Thank you so much.
Well, my name is Perla Melchor. I'm from Mexico. I raised and born in Mexico. I moved here when I was 25 years, and I went to the university in Mexico. Like she said, it's a straight on, and I'm a lawyer there. When I moved here, I was afraid because I don't have the knowledge. I don't speak any English at all. Just the basic things, the colors, the numbers, and that's it. I can't communicate it like today. I'm not perfect at all. But when I was in elementary school, my first daughter, I have 3 kids. One is right now 16, one is 14, and I have a baby boy, it's 7 years old. But when my oldest daughter was in elementary school, I see a group of parents, they speak Spanish, and I walk to my car, and I hear they talking about PK. And I say, hey, wait a minute, what it is this? I want to know. I want to help my daughter. I want to understand how the system works. And they say, okay, we have the meeting tomorrow at this school. And I say, okay, let's go. And it was for the first years. it was, and I have that time my baby boy was 2 years old, and I said, okay. And I talked to the facilitator, and she told me, and I told her, do you have elementary school? Of course, we have another school. And I went there, they go to high school, even my daughter's in elementary school. I want to be ready for there because I want my daughter's big dream. I want my daughters go to college. The college is possible for them because I have the opportunity. I want my kids, they have the same opportunity. And definitely it's before and after PK in my life. Because right now I have a special needs daughter. They learn different. And if I don't know every single tool PK to me, I don't have the tools and the knowledge to help them to get as successful at school. And right now, the way it's not easy, but I told my girls and my baby boy, they go to college, it's the gold medal. You can do it. The way, it's not easy, but if you focus, little steps, little by little, you can reach, because the dream came true. Now, I wish I can help more parents to say, hey, welcome, hey, come see. PK changed my life. And definitely, I'm so happy I hear that conversation for those parents, and they invited me to be part of PK program. Thank you.
Well, if you're not inspired to go grab all of your parents in your communities and bring them in, I don't know what will inspire you. Do we have any burning questions out there? Yes.
Was it teacher initiated? Was it school board initiated? I was just curious as to how these programs started.
It was a combined effort. We wanted more parents involved in the process, and we wanted to find a way to communicate more effectively with the parents. So thinking that the very diverse community where we live, there had to be a way to be able to communicate with those parents, especially those that were not being connected with the district. So we noticed that some of the parents were very active, and they had the ability to communicate very efficiently with other parents. So in conversations with the board and the administration, we thought about following something model. I think San Bernardino City had it before us. And then we started trying it with a few parent ambassadors initially to try and hit those pockets of parents that were not being connected. So we started with, I believe it was like 7 or 8 parent ambassadors for 1 year to see how it worked. The board was very supportive of it and say, well, let's try it for 1 year. If it doesn't work, we'll stop it. But if it works, we can expand it. And that's what happened. Now we have 40 parent ambassadors, and it's been very effective.
Yes.
Needed, and there's a question, is there a pathway or a conversation that the parents themselves can go to college? Sometimes we have really young parents, and by the time their children are in college, my own children told me, Mom, it's your turn now. I'd been a welfare mom for years, and I went to college and it changed my life, but I learned from them. So I say, is there a way, a conversation where the children's parents too can get excited and take that to the next level?
Great question. Absolutely. We definitely encourage our families throughout the 8-week process, to further educate themselves along with their children. A lot of our families are immigrants, are Spanish-speaking families. A lot of our families are different trials and tribulations from broken homes. So we definitely encourage our families to continue educating themselves along with their children. So absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, in Moreno Valley, I can tell you, Ms. Leiva can speak about this too, but we have an adult education program. And I've seen some of the parent ambassadors have already accessed the adult education program, and some other parent ambassadors are already going through the process of being trained to get full-time positions within the district because they got so involved, so familiar with the process, so now they want to join the family as a member of the school district. But yes, of course, I think that That's one example that we need to set through the Parent Ambassadors program, that the parents are succeeding so that the students can follow and follow what the parents are doing too.
I want to say something for the question. Last year, I had my first school as a parent ambassador, and like I told you, I got my GD in adult school. So I have this thank you. I had a contact with the counselor for the adult school, and I invite her to my school to do a presentation about adult school. And a lot of parents, they don't know about adult school. So when she did these presentations, 3 of my parents go and apply for the adult school. In one semester, they called me, Marisela, thank you so much. We got our GED, and now we're going to college. And I'm like, this is our work. Our parent ambassadors, this is our work. Give all this information. And I was like, they go to the office, to the wellness centers. They were so happy to tell me that they graduated in one semester. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your attention to this important topic today. The one thing that I think we can really walk away with is knowing that this work doesn't happen in a vacuum. It doesn't happen on accident. It's a deliberate practice. And so we can't just leave it to happen chance that we might just reach our parents. We have got to be very intentional about weaving that tapestry together. Thank you so much for your audience attention, and thank you with much gratitude to our wonderful parents and our program representatives. Thank you.
Thank you all. We definitely appreciate you having us this morning. I wish you all a blessed Thanksgiving and celebrate life with your loved ones. So thank you all. God bless.
Well, I just want to say thank you on behalf of the Moreno Valley Unified School District Board of Education staff and the Parent Ambassadors program. And if I can give an piece of advice, please connect with the parents. You would not believe all the richness that you will find through this program. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
All right, let's give all our panelists a big round of applause. Come on, big round of applause for our panelists. Education champions and so forth. Okay, so we know that lunch is right upon us, so we're about to wrap things up in just a few minutes, but just a couple of housekeeping items. First, we want to recognize Dr. Jarrell Hill, who is the Dean of the School of Human Development and Education at Pacific Coast College. And then we also have Dr. Joy Spencer, who is the Dean of the School of Education at UC Riverside, right here at the Dean's table as well. Okay, so like I said before, we're about to embark upon lunch, but none of you were asked to pay for lunch, right? And that was a great breakfast too, right? And all this stuff was sort of like, you weren't charged for it. It's because we have a sponsor, Schools First Federal Credit Union, who's been a generous supporter since the inception of this summit, who has been relentlessly committed to our institution, providing support, things of that nature, and we're going to have Alexis McCall Gale to talk to you more about the offerings of Schools First.
Good afternoon, everyone. I understand I'm the only thing between you and lunch, so I promise I will make this short and sweet. But what an honor to be able to support this amazing leadership summit. I, as a parent of 3 scholars in the county, San Bernardino City, hello, Superintendent. So I'm grateful for each and every one of you and your leadership and all that you do to keep our community thriving. This afternoon, I just wanted to share with you some opportunities that are available for you as leadership. Raise your hand for me if we're currently partnering with your college, university, or school district. Awesome, awesome. So we would love, if we're not already partnering with you, we would love the opportunity to come out to your school sites, partner with your professional development team, and also support you in that capacity as well. And now I have to ask this question: how many Happy Schools First members do we have in the room? Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much for your membership. In addition to us supporting you in the leadership capacity, there's also opportunity for us to come out and share the benefits of membership with your team as well. So if you have any staff meetings, professional developments where we can come and share the benefits of our membership, I know you guys are excited about that 6.5% interest rate on that summer saver that we're offering, also that no PMI home loan option that's available for you. We want not only you, but also your teachers and your staff to take advantage of all of those products and services. Again, I just want to thank you all from the bottom of my heart for all that you do to support the education community, and enjoy the rest of your summit. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. All right, so I know we acknowledged our UC Riverside and Pacific Oaks College deans, but I also want to acknowledge our deans from Cal State San Bernardino who have been present in attendance throughout the time today. I know we have Dean Sastry, Dean Lubas in the room, so can we just acknowledge those? We have other deans from our college. We also have our superintendents from San Bernardino City US Unified School District and Oro Grande School District, so I just want to acknowledge those individuals in our room today as well. Thank you for attending. So we do have lunch. We also have a couple vendors outside during their lunch break for you to visit, which is Energies Everywhere and School First with Alexis. Just so you know, for lunch, we will have 2 stations, one behind in the room that we missed in the morning. A lot of us missed that breakfast station in the morning, so we have them for lunch as well, and then this one over here so that you can form 2 separate lines and take less time. For those of you who received a vegan ticket for your lunch meal, please make sure you have it and that you hand it over to our awesome Cal State San Bernardino employees who are here to help us with catering. So with that said, please enjoy your break, networking, and reflecting on what we've discussed so far today.
this is in the way. So what I'm going to do, Mr. Hogan, I'm going to stand on one side, you stand on the other. Okay. Is this good? All right.
That work?
Thank you, thank you. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
check 1 2 1 2 1 2. No? Are you still here?
Good afternoon. We need to move it along. We're going to use this time to recognize the students from the K-12 schools who did their presentation. I would like to invite to the podium Dr. Ying, Dr. Jonathan, and Hall and Year One Song. Please come forward. Delphine, do we have the awards? Oh. Okay. All right. So let me first of all give a big shout out to our STEM team, Dr. Shi Ying Yin, Dr. Yewon Song, and Dr. Jonathan Hall, who helped us to coordinate the activity with the students. We have prepared awards for the students. Our first special award goes to our youngest group of students, the Bing Wong Elementary School. These are 4th and 6th grade students who use 3D design and 3D printing to create accessories that protect instructional technologies, and their final product will be utilized across the district. So we want to congratulate them along with their professors and teachers for this special award. All right. So thank you for coming, and we hope you come again. All right. All right. The second award is to the Best Solution Award. It goes to Curtis Middle School 7th and 8th graders. Curtis Middle School, the 7th and 8th graders. Curtis Middle School is in San Bernardino Unified School District. They designed a series of fun games by using recycled materials to help people learn about social studies and bring awareness to equity in internet use. Come forward. Congratulations. The next one is the Most Innovative Award. This goes to Cesar Chavez Middle School 8th graders. They used engineering design, electronics, 3D printing, and coding to prototype autonomous cars. Congratulations. Congratulations. All right. Right. Thank you. All right. Our last but not the least award goes to our most advanced group of students from Riverside STEM Academy. These high school students demonstrated very high-level projects that are college level and even beyond, including AI technologies, a communication app for autism, genetic engineering, and an energy-efficient freshwater production system. Please let's acknowledge. We'll acknowledge them. Maybe the left. All right. Okay, there they are. Oh my. I skipped one as I was reading. This one is actually the category is Best Presentation. This award goes to Rodriguez Press Academy. Rodriguez Prep Academy. They are 7th and 8th graders. They clearly explained their projects, interacting and engaging with the audience, and confidently responded to the questions that were being asked them. All right. Thank you all. Again, I want to thank San Bernardino Unified School District leadership as well as Riverside County leadership for working with us to provide support to these students and making this happen. We wanted to highlight the good work that is happening in innovation across the school district. Thank you. And one more thing, Dr. Yin will be doing a raffle for the students. And you need to also know that every student who participated today is getting a certificate of participation. So.
Okay, I got one ticket. I will say the number and then explain the, the number is 766207. Who has this ticket? 207, the last 3 digits, 207.
This is for the student. Before you close it.
Okay.
Okay. So, you want to tell them what it's about then?
Oh, yeah. So the raffle prize is provided by Animal Planet. It's a merge cube and a headset. So it's a virtual reality technology that helps students to learn things that they cannot see in their real life, like they can do digital experiment, explore the space. Oh, congratulations.
Do I get this?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, let me get a ticket and you get a prize. Congratulations.
This?
Yeah.
All right, let's give those students a big round of applause. Big round of applause to those students. Wasn't those some amazing presentations? Oh my God. I mean, it was like, sheesh. I know, those prizes were great too, you know, the raffle prizes, whatever. But we talking about modern day kids. They want some money. That's what they want. Anyway, one thing we want to make to really quickly, early on, if you got here early, there was an issue with the parking machine or something like that. I guess it couldn't work or whatever else. So if, in fact, you just happen to get ticketed and whatever the case, no problem. You can contact Jennifer Martin in the dean's office. Her number is 909-537-4481, and they'll take care of that for you, okay? All right. So now we're going to continue on our amazing day, and we're going to introduce our next keynote speaker, Dr. Rhea McIver Gibbs. Oh, so you guys already know her, so I don't need to introduce her. You guys already know her? Okay, let me just kind of go through the formality anyway. Okay, so Dr. Gibbs, Dr. Rhea McIver Gibbs, is an educator with 33 years of experience. Currently, she is the lead strategic agent, deputy superintendent in the Rialto Unified School District, where she has been employed for the past 30 years. Dr. Gibbs has previously worked in various positions within the district as a teacher, program specialist, assistant principal, elementary principal, middle school principal, and lead personnel agent. As a leader in the Rialto Unified School District, Dr. Gibbs has nurtured many important partnerships and initiatives for the district, including the Rialto Project Impact in collaboration with Cal State San Bernardino, the Project Impact, woohoo, beautiful thing. Yeah, big round of applause, that was awesome. And the Reading and Literacy Added Authorization for Teachers and Family Literacy Program for Parents in partnership with the University of Southern California, USC. Dr. Gibbs was instrumental in the development of the district's first strategic plan as she continues to lead that work at the district and school site levels. While serving as lead personnel agent, Dr. Gibbs developed a customer care plan as a district-wide initiative. Also, she worked to create a new management evaluation system known as Foundation of Excellence. Dr. Gibbs is a native of San Bernardino, California, and attended school in Rialto Unified School District. So she went home, she gave back. See, a lot of times people get their degrees and they go off somewhere else, but she went back home. It's a beautiful thing, right? Went to Myers Elementary, with Frisbee Junior High School, and then Eisenhower. Okay, beautiful thing. She received her Bachelor of Arts degree in Political Science from the University of California, Los Angeles, went to UCLA, and 2 master's degrees, one from Chapman University in Orange, California, in Curriculum and Instruction and Educational Administration. Dr. Gibbs completed her doctorate degree in Leadership for Social Justice at the University of Redlands. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for Dr. Rhea McIver Gibbs. And upon the conclusion of her conversation, there'll be a Q&A for a few minutes. We'll leave 10 minutes for the Q&A.
Good afternoon. Well, I have the great after lunch spot, so we are not going to bore you and we won't be before you long. But we're here to talk about something that's very innovative. Our topic is innovative practices in teacher recruitment. But before I get into our topic, I want to give my thank yous up front so I won't get excited and then miss all the folks in the end. Okay, Rialto, where's Rialto in the house? All right, so thank you, Rialto. Thank you to my communications and media team. I have worked their nerves over the last several days, and I appreciate them for this presentation and assisting me. I want to thank my husband, Dr. Sam Gibbs, for being here. And I noticed he merged to tables. I got to watch him because he thinks he's part of San Bernardino when he sees them. He has been their president of their foundation for many years, making hope happen, but he is actually Rialto because I am Rialto, so it works that way. I want to acknowledge my sister, Dr. Robin McIver Brown, who is a director with the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools. So I think I've got all of that done, and of course, I have to acknowledge our dean, because we wouldn't be here if I had not met Dr. Damochuku. So thank you. And Dr. Huff back there, and Dr. Simbera is working on very important business for the university, so I acknowledge her. Maybe she's watching virtually. So, now that I've gotten all of that out of the way, let me tell you about Rialto. So I have a clicker, and Ricardo knows how I am with clickers. All right, I did it. So we are located in San Bernardino County, and we have about 23,500 students, and we have 29 school sites, and you can see our distribution: 19 elementaries, 5 middle schools, 3 comprehensive high schools, an alternative school, an adult school, and a virtual academy. We are 88% Latino population, 8% African American, and 88% unduplicated students. And in the O language, that would be our free and reduced lunch, or our socioeconomic status. And we have a 96% high school graduation rate. So we're not defined by our unduplicated population. So let's take a look at our employees, because we're here to talk about teacher recruitment. So we have 2,700 employees in Rialto, and that includes all of our classifications. And of that, 1,361 are certificated employees. And the demographics of that teaching population is 44% Latino, 37% white, 13% African American, 4% Asian, 2% other. And like most of the nation, we are majority female. 73% of our employees are women, and 27% male. So when I think about our topic, innovative practices in teacher recruitment, innovation has many definitions, but today for us, it's going to be solving challenges to create new value. So when you're innovative, it doesn't mean that it's something that has never been done before, but you're going to do it differently. And you're going to change something because of that innovation. And in Rialto, we think strategically. And it's in my role. I'm the lead strategic agent. And in a traditional district, that would be the deputy superintendent. But we changed our role titles to match what we do. So part of being strategic is the way we think. And if I could put it into just 3 words for our presentation today, it would be acumen, allocation, and action. So we're going to think. That's acumen, your ability to understand your situation and generate new ideas. So our situation around the teacher shortage, our situation around the lack of males in our classroom. Allocation, how do you use your time? Where is your treasure being spent? How does your district allocate their funds? What's important to them? And action, how do you execute your strategies to meet your goals? So we're going to think, plan, and do. And that's how we operate in Rialto. So when we think about our current reality, this is what we're looking at. We have about 10,000 teachers lacking in the state of California. And this is pretty recent data, the last year or so. And it changes all the time. And right now the trend is it's not getting better. The vacancies are getting more and more. We have subject area needs in math, science, bilingual teachers. And now, after having left my position in personnel when I started this work, so I know this quite intimately. We are now recruiting in districts for what used to be positions that were easier to fill, like elementary teachers, teachers with multiple subject credentials. We need English teachers. We need history teachers. So it has even expanded. Yes, these are still high priority, but now it's like we need everybody teaching everything. And we have a shortage of male teachers in our classrooms, specifically those of color. And, you know, I thought about this because it's like we've never had a lot of male teachers in our classrooms. So it's a shortage of a situation that has never been on the other side of this. It's always been more women, and actually it's increased a little slightly because we used to be a teaching population of over 80%. And you can still find that in some districts and in some areas. So our current reality, just to sum it up, nationally, in California, and in Rialto, it looks pretty similar. And I bet you if you disaggregated your district's data, it would look about the same. So the percentage of male teachers, let's look at Rialto, 27%. 12% of those being Latino males, and 3% African American males. So let me even make this more startling to you. 1,361 teachers, 163 of those are Latino males. 45 African American male teachers in Rialto. And I know this intimately, there are 7 in high school, 25 in middle school, and 9 in elementary, and then 4 are out of the classroom in other teaching or coaching positions. So 1,361, 45 African American males, 163 Latino males. So why is it important that we have minority males in the classroom? Well, you can read about this, you can Google it, you're gonna see a lot of the same information. Students find it hard to become what they don't know and they don't see. And so to have a role model is more than just a cliche term to drop. It is really real. It matters when young men see men. It matters when young ladies see men. And so it's important that they are in front of our students. When African American students in particular have at least one African American teacher by 3rd grade, they are 13% more likely to go to college. Well, why is that? Well, even if you just think about it simplistically, that male in front of them went to college. So they see that person, they ask them, how is it for you, Mr. Smith? How is it for you to be a male of color on a college campus? It is significant. In our state, 56% of the total student population is Latino. And in our district, that number is 88%. So those students deserve to have someone that is reflective of their nationality, their culture in the classroom. And again, just more and more about being culturally relevant, being able to respond to the needs of male students, and like I said, and our young female students. And it's also a focus. Tony Thurmond has made it a challenge to increase the number of males in our classrooms. And our county superintendent has also made it an important part of what he talks about and presents when he talks to schools. Project Impact, which we'll talk about in detail, is supported by the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools. And Riverside County as well. And so we thank them for their courage to lead in this area. And before I get into even more, I'm going to take a point of privilege. It's also personal to me why it's important that males are in our classrooms. I'm a mother of 2 sons, and guess what they look like? And those 2 sons have gone through San Bernardino County Schools, through the Chaffee Joint Union High School District is where they graduated high school. And now I have a son that I'm ever so proud of, never thought he would in a million years, but he is teaching in the classroom, San Bernardino City Unified School District. His first year as being a history teacher at a Royal Valley High School. And so I wish there had been a Project Impact to support him, but so it was mom-powered and dad-powered. And I want to make sure that he can stand like I today and say for 33 years, I love my job and I'm still here. So it's about also the recruitment and the retention. And so in Rialto, we have a very exciting partnership with Cal State San Bernardino. It's called Teach Rialto. And that picture you see is the day with our board members and leaders from Cal State when we signed our agreement committing to doing more for students in the Inland Empire. We have a high school pathway, and that pathway is going to challenge our young students, high school students, and hopefully we'll dip down to middle school, to make a decision early to be a teacher. And we're going to help them get there. And if they qualify with all of their A through G requirements and all the things that it takes to be accepted, they have guaranteed admittance to this beautiful university. And then it gets better. They decide they want to teach, they come to Cal State, and when they're done, they will be admitted to the credential program. So we're creating that pathway for them to be teachers in our community. Then we are embarking on teacher residency. And teacher residency is a fairly new concept, but in other areas it's been more prevalent than here. So we would like to take teachers, and instead of just doing the short term of student teaching, what would it look like if they were able to be with a master teacher in their school district for a year, and they wouldn't have to worry about finances because we would pay them for that year that they're in the classroom. So we're working on a grant. I've got my 2 grant writers right here in collaboration with Cal State to get that teacher residency program, so that will put more teachers in our classroom. And then Rialto Project Impact. Okay, that's why we're here today, to tell you about that. And we call it Rialto Project Impact because we're under Cal State Project Impact. And then we've taken it, and with the blessing of Cal State and all of their support, we have a model that we feel is innovative. And we know that you should also have it in your district. You want to see faces like this throughout your schools. This is from our meet and greet when Cal State came out to welcome them to Project Impact. And this is just so dynamic because they met our cabinet level members and they met our superintendent. And I'm going to talk about him a little later because he's 110% all the way Project Impact. And it is going to make a huge difference, not only in Rialto, but in the state of California and beyond. So we focus on underrepresented males. And they can earn a teaching credential, single subject, multiple subject, special education. And we provide mentors. Mentors are provided through Cal State, but we also have district supports too to attach with each of our young men because it's a grow our own model. So all of the gentlemen on the stage are employees in different capacities in the Rialto Unified School District. And then when they saw my email, and they saw my email, and they saw my email, and I called, they answered and said, you know, I always wanted to teach, but I work now and I have a family, and I can't afford to do that free thing you guys do called student teaching. How can we make it happen? And so they can be classified employees. So we have maintenance and operations represented, grounds, custodial support. I've got safety officers that are aspiring to be in the program. Of course, substitute teachers, instructional assistants, avid tutors. If you're employed in any capacity, your family, and you can be a part of Rialto Project Impact. And it's our grow our own model. They told me to. So what do we do for the young men? So we offer financial support. So their tuition is completely taken care of while they get their credentials through Cal State San Bernardino. And then, you know, you just can't go to school. You got to park. You have to have books, whether they're electronic or hard copy. So we take care of all of that as well. And then San Manuel, oh gosh, they blessed us with $50,000 so they will all have laptops. And so we are so excited that others are getting excited. So we're providing the technology, because when you're student teaching or you're just starting out, you'll get all of that when you're a full-fledged teacher, but you need that in your college courses. And then we have resident substitute positions. So let me tell you about this. We have one, in our old days, we would call them floating subs, in every one of our school sites, because we've got a teacher shortage. So if you have a teacher shortage, you have a substitute shortage. And so to make sure that our classes and our students are always covered, we put one extra teacher at every site. We give priority to our project impact students to get those jobs first. And they pay the very lucrative salary. They're going to laugh at that. But it's decent, of $250 a day, but full benefits for not just themselves, but their families as well. So that's the same package I have, same package any of our employees have. We provide that to these resident substitute positions. Project impact students are given the priority. Then it gets even better. So when they have to cross over to student teaching, through our Educators Effectiveness Grant funds, we attach a position that's only assigned to their master teacher, and we continue subsidizing them during their student teaching so they can continue to make their $250 a day and their full medical benefits while they're student teaching, because we know they cannot go any other place to work. We don't want them working at night. It's a hard job to be a teacher, because remember, it's not just about recruiting, it's about retaining. And so you don't want to burn them out before they get into the classroom. And so we know that there's some bills that are going through the state of California, and our governor is looking at offering pay for student teaching. But I got in the room with our what we would call our lead business services agent, and you say our assistant, our associate superintendent of business, with personnel, and we got in the room and we looked at our allocations, okay, and we planned out a way to make it happen now. And so we're very proud of that. And then at the end of their completion and project impact, they are guaranteed to teach Rialto 3 years. That's the minimum we're going to ask, because we know life may take them elsewhere. But just like me, they may never get out. And so they may stay there for 30 plus years, and I would love that, in various positions. I've got some principals up here. I have some district office leaders up here, and I know we're going to make that happen. So What does our cohort look like? Well, year one, oh, my numbers are cut off. I knew this was going to happen. So cohort one, I've got them here. In our fall 2022, we had 6 young men. In fall 2023, we're dividing it into 2 cohorts. So we have 7 now, and we'll have 10 that are ready to enroll in January. So that's 23 young men that will have Rialto Project Impact under the umbrella of Project Impact from Cal State San Bernardino. And we're already recruiting for fall 2024. I just sent Dr. Huff 4 names, and I've got more coming, and I haven't even started my email and nagging campaign. So it's coming, and there's more. So now I'm going to step out of the way, and I'm going to let you hear from 6 of our participants. And we grabbed Eric. I saw him walk through the door, and I said, Eric, I didn't know you were going to be here. Get on stage. He's Rialto as well. So we started with 5. My guys we're going to keep it 1 to 2 minutes because they have got some stories to tell. But we want to give you time for your questions at the end. And they know the order in which they're going to come. So let's take the mic.
empowering students to reach their full potential. I thank Project Impact because it will guide me and help me to make this happen. Also, in Project Impact, I've made plenty of friends to help me through my journey. We all meet with Dr. Huff and others twice a month and discuss how we're doing in the program. We ask questions to get updated information regularly. We have access to tutors in different subjects. And the support that we receive is greatly appreciated. Thank you all.
All right. Ooh. Hopefully I got it. Cool. How's it going, everyone? It's a great night today. I want to start off by introducing myself. So first and foremost, my name is Eric Jimenez. I am a first generation graduate student in my family. And throughout my life, thank you. Throughout my life, education was kind of hard for me, especially at a young age, especially since both your parents don't speak English. So I had to self-taught myself, but also my cousins too. So at a very young age, I always had that passion to help others around me, but I didn't necessarily know where I was going in life. So when I got to around the high school level, I didn't know where I was going. I didn't think college was in the picture. I didn't know that was a thing for me. But I just loved tutoring students and teaching and helping them with math. And eventually I joined AVID, and they eventually gave me the opportunity to go and learn more about college, and then I became an AVID tutor for them. Right? So my journey through teaching has been a long way since I was growing up. And eventually I went to Cal State San Bernardino, which is here, for my bachelor's in mathematics. And then within that process, actually, the teaching didn't stop. I actually kept on teaching / tutoring during that time period, actually, through this program called Upward Bound. I believe I see one of the Dolly over there. She was one of the mentors I worked with for a long period of time, and she actually helped me to pursue more of a teaching career. But what really gave me that fully push, I would say, was eventually when I got to around the master's level, I didn't know what I wanted to do in life, I would say. At first, I was like, okay, well, I got a degree in math. What do I want to do with it? And everyone says, oh, teach math, teach math. But the one thing that I would say throughout my journey teaching math, a lot of things that I would say was the beauty within it was more so about the connections you get to make with those individuals. Because we always have a stigma, especially with math, where it's, oh, it's so technical, this and that. But then sometimes the high school students I used to work with, they'd be like, oh, you're great, especially your personality. We need teachers like you. And then throughout the way, that kind of just fueled my drive, but I still didn't really necessarily know. Actually, the story of Project Impact is actually quite interesting how it came my way. But eventually, after I graduated, all that's fun stuff, pandemic happens, right? I start subbing for Rialto. And actually, one day I was in the classroom and I was talking. I like to talk to a lot of people. And I was talking, and then eventually one of the coworkers was like, hey, I'm in Project Impact. Do you know about this? And I'm like, no, I don't know anything about this. Well, first off, I don't know anything about higher education. So then from there, it's just like, what do I do? And he's like, oh, it's a great program, especially with mentorship and all that stuff. I'm like, sign me up. That year, it motivated me to go and apply for my credential, and I eventually applied, and I started this fall as a single subject math credential for CSUSB, and then, thank you. And then from there, I came across Project Impact, and then ever since then, you can even ask Dr. Huff, shout out to Dr. Huff. Literally, I asked them so many questions about how does this work out, because no one in my family has ever been a teacher or higher education. So all this is new to me. But thanks to Project Impact, they're actually helping me. They're mentoring me along the way. They're teaching me. They're advising me. I don't feel alone in this. Throughout most of my life, I felt alone. And now at the graduate level, I feel like I have a home. And I want to spread that message to my students, especially those in the classroom. I'm bilingual, right? And something I always like to share is that, especially how Dr. Gibbs pointed out, a lot of our population is Latino. And sometimes when I'm in the classroom, even as a sub, the students feel different. I make a connection just for being there one day. Like the Spanish kids call me profe sometimes, and it's honestly, it makes a difference. And I feel like that's what drives me as a teacher. And I also love math. So thank you for having me, guys.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Josh Forte. I stand before you today as a resident substitute of Frisbee Middle School within the Rialto Unified School District, proudly serving in the halls of this institution that has become a second home to me. Ooh, this is dropping right here. My journey throughout education has been deeply rooted in the Rialto Unified School District, and it is an honor to contribute to the legacy of learning that has shaped my own life. From my earliest days at Fitzgerald and Kodiak Elementary School, to attending Casera Middle School and graduating high school in 2019 at Eisenhower High School, go Eagles, and earning my BS in mathematics this year in May 2023 from CSUSB, each step of my academic journey has been within the embrace of the Rialto community. This district has been more than just a place of education. It has been a source of support and inspiration that has propelled me forward. As a teacher in training, I experienced firsthand the investment and encouragement that the Rialto Unified School District offers to aspiring educators. This support is not merely a professional stepping stone. It is a testament to the district's commitment to fostering growth of individuals who, like me, were once students walking these very hallways as well. Reflecting on my K-12 experience, I am reminded of the countless educators who left an enduring mark on my life. Among them, teachers of color stood out, not only for their dedication to their craft, but also to their professional etiquette and how they personally impacted my life. They served as role models, showing me the power of representation and the transformative influence a caring educator could have. It is with a deep sense of gratitude and desire to pay it forward that I entered the teaching profession. I want to replicate the positive experiences I have with those remarkable teachers who guided me, believed in me, and helped shape the person standing before you today. I am driven by the conviction that education is a powerful tool for change, and by investing in the students of Rialto Unified School District, we are investing in the future. Fellow educators, as we navigate the challenges of the classroom, let us remember the profound impact that we have on the lives of our students. Let us strive to create an inclusive and supportive classroom environment. Together, we have the opportunity to shape not only our academic success, but also to inspire the teachers, innovators, and community builders of tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. I just, first and foremost, I want to just thank those of you that actually stuck around. I know as Dr. Gibbs said, you know, it's kind of hard after lunch and all that, but it's all right. We'll remember those that left. We'll make sure we'll put them at the end next year. But anyways, usually I kind of freestyle this. I know Dr. Gibbs has been wanting us to like put a little speech together. I'm not too good at that. I start public speaking, I start rambling, as some of the other people have said before. But I kind of made some notes that I just want to touch on today. So first and foremost, I want to thank all of you guys, like I said, for sticking around. I want to thank the Dean Domachuku. I also want to thank GIA, as last time we presented at their event, I came to find out that they're one of the first supporters of Project Impact. So I also want to give thanks to them, give thanks to Dr. Gibbs and Dr. Huff. So again, those are all the people that pretty much are in charge, or the people that kind of got this project going. And kind of like all these guys shared, I started with Rialto, I was with Rialto, and one day I got the email, and I was like, hey, why not? Let's do it. So just to get a little bit into my history, so I am, I don't want to sound too repetitive or kind of like, oh, yeah, let me say that too. But as he mentioned, I also am a son, 3 of 4, I'm number 3 of 4, parent to the 2 immigrants. My parents, they came out here from Mexico. I am, however, the only one that, as Eric mentioned, that has actually gone to college and actually completed college. Thank you. So I didn't take the traditional route. I did go to like a private school. At the time, I was just like, hey, whatever, let's do it. I don't want to work warehouses all my life, so let's go to college. And so again, my journey began. I got a bachelor's in human services with a concentration in child and family services. And so originally, obviously, I knew I wanted to be in the field with, obviously, helping people, children, more specifically. Originally wanted to do like an after-school work program type of deal. Unfortunately, that never paved out. It didn't happen that way. And, things happen. I have 2 children of my own. So again, as I said, I am, a son, but I am also a father now. So I have 2 kids. I have my responsibilities. I got to pay bills. I got to take care of that rent. I got to take care of all this stuff. I tell the high school kids, you think you want to be an adult until you're an adult. Then you're going to wish all you had to worry about was 6 periods, And so with that being said, I just want to say that, I always knew that this profession, or the general field is something I wanted to do. I didn't think it was going to be teaching specifically. And so obviously Project Impact came across. I applied. I'm here now. So the way that journey began, I used to work for grounds in County of Riverside. From there, I started off in grounds with Rialto. As Dr. Gibbs said, better benefits, better pay, etc. So I was like, let's do it. Got in with grounds. After grounds, I was fortunate enough to move up to maintenance. Within like 2 years, may I add, like some of you guys don't really know or care for that field, but in that field, everybody wants to get to maintenance. So me just being in grounds for 2 years and then transitioning to maintenance, I kind of already had a lot of people like, who the heck is this guy? Who does he think he is? Kind of had a lot of, dirt thrown in my direction, as they say. But as Mr. Aubrey said, it's all right, man. That dirt turned into soil, threw a little bit of water, and look at me, I'm growing now. And so again, that's just like kind of what I want to share. And then from maintenance, got the opportunity to get into Project Impact. Now I'm with Project Impact. So I'm just like, man, I'm just growing. I'm just growing and growing. And I've met a lot of people through my journey, and I just love the feedback, positive feedback that I get from everybody. I tend to doubt myself a lot, even just, again, with school and the journey that I took was a little different than the journey that other people have. But just kind of meeting the people that I have met throughout even just Project Impact and school in general, like meeting a lot of people, individuals like yourselves that are just uplifting, positive, just words of affirmation, stuff that you kind of don't really grow up with, So again, I don't want to take up too much of your time. I just want to say thank you. Again, a little bit of my background. I started off with grounds, got into maintenance. Now I am in the classroom. I'm currently student teaching, as Dr. Gibbs said. So I'm doing the student teaching right now, or teacher in training, as you know, they have us on the books. And I'm just grateful for it. I'm grateful for it because, as I mentioned, I have my family, I have my responsibilities. I was one of those students that, as she mentioned, like, student teaching? Like, what? 6 months, no pay? All right. Like, I was ready to just throw in the towel. Like, oh, well, it is what it is, like maybe next time. But after, speaking to some of those mentors that, as she said, that we have both on the school side and the work side, I spoke to my mentor, and she was just like, you know what? Don't worry about it. Let me talk to who I need to talk to, and we'll make something happen. And so, again, for that, I'm grateful. I'm grateful not just for the dean, as I mentioned, but even for Dr. Gibbs and everybody involved on the Rialto side, you ladies. Now I know who else to, when I see you, thank you. As she mentioned, you girls are the grant writers. So even if it wasn't for you ladies, I would not be on payroll right now. So I'm grateful for that. Again, like, I'm extremely grateful for that. Just thank you, Cal State. Thank you, Project Impact. And I'm going to keep pushing, make everybody in this room proud. But yeah, thank you. Have a good one.
All right, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to close it out. I won't take too much time. My name is Josh Shuford. I was born in LA, and I'm here because I want to teach. So I'm just going to skip to just a few reasons why I want to teach. I've had to ask myself what the purpose of teaching is. What is the purpose of education? And I believe that the happiness of society today relies on the value of education. And I believe that the youth hold the keys to a peaceful future. And right now, the youth need help. So that's why I want to teach. The youth know, and I know, I'm 33, and my colleagues know that it is something in our country and our world that we desperately need. We need peace, we need education, and we need a way to create a better society. My drive is to really give back to the community. So when I realized that teaching was for me, I was deciding to put all my efforts into it. I actually didn't want to, as a high schooler, never wanted to teach, to be honest. I wanted to go to the Air Force, be a pilot, and do things of that nature. I realized war wasn't for me, so I wanted to fight for peace, and I tried education, and I realized that students, especially students, young kids who look like me, and I've only worked in San Bernardino County, and the worst places of San Bernardino County, and I realized that I could get them to learn. And once I realized that, I knew I had more power than the military. So, thank you. I recognize that the education system needs teachers who care. I want to teach because that's how I know that I can make change happen. I can turn all the poisons that we see in this in San Bernardino County, which we know is the largest county in the entire nation, but also has the most crime and the most drugs and the most gangs. And I know I could turn all that poison into medicine one day at a time, one student at a time, by dedicating my life to something bigger than me, such as teaching. So thank you.
Aren't they amazing? I know we've taken up a little time. Skip table talks. Because our superintendent who wanted to be here, he's got a, and I would like for you to see it. We won't be long, probably another few minutes. So if we could play this so you can see our leader.
School District, we are embarking on a transformative journey with Project Impact, part of our Teach Realto initiative, in partnership with the California State University San Bernardino College of Education.
Teach Realto is a multifaceted initiative that intends to do the following. One, address the local impact of the national teacher shortage. Two, ensure students get rigorous and culturally and linguistically relevant instruction. Three, ensure a higher percentage of teachers reflect and come from the local community. And four, ensure students are taught by a greater number of males of color to make their educational experience more meaningful, impactful, and inspirational.
Project Impact addresses a crucial need, diversifying our teaching workforce to reflect our community.
I just want to make a positive impact on the students and the children. Mainly, growing up, you want somebody to be relatable in the classroom. So when I was in school, I didn't have my first relatable experience as far as an African-American teacher until I was in ninth grade.
I've had a lot of jobs in my life. I've been a journalist, I've been construction and demolition, I've been a driver. But this job, helping the kids, and I can have really the toughest days here at work, but I can still meet this site with a smile on my face, knowing that I really did make a difference here in this classroom. I think it's really important that they have someone who looks like them and talks like them in the classroom, and that they see that there is an avenue for success afterward.
Coordinating Project Impact has been something that I believe in and that I truly believe will benefit our students when they have minority male teachers, effective instructors in the classroom to meet their needs.
Project Impact is an important program for males, especially in elementary schools, because I see that there's not a lot of representation for males, especially with the younger kids. I have a lot of students that need that male leader, someone that they can look up to and is a safe male role model.
When I first started following my steps to be a math teacher, I was kind of lost and kind of I don't know, should I really do this? And then, I went to the Project Impact meeting, and they were really helpful. They were open up. They were family, guiding me. I met other people, other students, male students just like me. Also kind of iffy about joining, about going back to school. So talking to them, I feel like I find out that I'm not alone. So I get to see other people just like me who want to help students.
I appreciate the opportunity from Project Impact and Rialto Unified School District for giving me this chance to become a teacher. There's a statistic that if students who are in third grade see a male figure that looks like them, or that comes from a similar background as them, they're more likely to make it to college instead of prison.
Each step forward in Project Impact contributes to the broader vision of Teach Realto, dedicated to resolving the teacher shortage and nurturing excellence.
So in conclusion, I just want to show that picture of our Board of Education. So when you talk about being innovative, 5 individuals have made it happen for our district. When we presented this idea to them, they did not blink. They know that in our community, male figures in the classroom, minority males, males that look like our students are important. And our superintendent, Dr. Avila, he's the best, if I just can sum it up shortly. And he lets me do all kinds of my crazy ideas, and he just says, make it happen. And, he puts his thinking behind it. He's a planner, and he's a person of action. And so I just want to conclude that we are Rialto Project Impact. Thank you, Cal State San Bernardino. Thank you, audience. If you'd like more information, there's a QR code, and get in touch with me. I can't say enough good things about what this program has done for the students in our district and these young men. Thank you.
All right, let's give them a big round of applause. Were you not inspired by seeing these black and Latino men who are teachers, aspired to become teachers? Is a beautiful thing. Thank you, Dr. Gibbs. All right, one more big round of applause for our teachers and Project Impact. And before we go to our next and last keynote speaker, we want to ask Dr. James Huff to come to. Now, he is a director of Project Impact, leading these great men. So I want to give big words, hear big words from Dr. James Huff. Big round of applause for Dr. James Huff. Okay.
Were you guys impressed with those young men? I tell you, when the dean asked me to take over this position and be the director, one of the things I wanted to do was make that legacy come alive. And he's been fighting for this dream for a long time. And being a retired administrator from the Harupa School District, for me, this is a dream come true. I get to inspire wonderful, brilliant, intelligent young men of color to step into the classroom and to be their director and to be their mentor. I say thank you to all of you. Can we give them a round of applause? I believe the dean has started a legacy that will go beyond Cal State San Bernardino. I believe that these young men will promote more young men of color to get into the classroom, to represent. As Dr. Bell Hooks said, when I was in a classroom with someone that looked like me, I felt like I belonged. I felt like they understood me. Being in this business for 35 years or more, it's a needed, we need it, and I'll say it one more time, we need it. And so I want to thank all of you for being here. I want to thank all of you for representing our men of color in Project Impact. I want to thank our dean. God bless you. I want to thank Dr. Gibbs. What an amazing example for other districts to follow. I also want to thank our staff and our mentors. We have a few mentors here that work on Saturdays. So, Colonel, we want to thank you for being here as well. And I want to thank our staff, Ms. Delphine, Sheila, Arlene, all of you. Thank you for helping. We get together every 2 weeks, and I call these gentlemen, I text them, I email them. If they don't get back with me, I reach out to them. I refuse to let them get away. The dean said, I don't just want any men of color. I want men of color with class, men of color that got passion, men of color that will represent all of us. Were they not those men? And with that being said, I just want to say thanks to all of you. And thank you, Dean, for giving the second chapter of my life something that means more, way more than even the first chapter. So thank you very much.
Okay, that was pretty powerful. Man, that Project Impact program is something else. That's also the focus of my dissertation in my program, looking at black male teachers and impediments that may preclude them from going into the profession. So anyway, so we're going to go to our we say the best for last. So we did. That's what we did. So we have Anne Marie. Let me get this right. Sakrikoff. Wow, I got it. Sakrikoff. Please give me a big round of applause. I got that name right. Okay. Sakrikoff. She serves as the interim president and CEO of Growing Inland Achievement, or GIA, and that is a regional cross-sector network of education, government, nonprofit, and business partners in the Inland Empire, collectively working together, working towards, a shared vision of educational and economic success. Anne Marie oversees a staff of 12 who support the Inland Empire Educational Network by researching issues and opportunities, developing financial resources for the region, and connecting diverse stakeholders across San Bernardino and Riverside counties. Anne Marie has over 20 years of higher education experience in nonprofit leadership, including her roles at GIA as Chief Operating Officer, the interim CEO. Anne Marie was the first employee. You're the first one. You broke ground on GIA. It's a beautiful thing, right? So she was hired by GIA's founding board in 2016, helping to lead the organization since its inception. Anne Marie was born and raised, she was born and raised right here in San Bernardino. And she earned her Bachelor of Arts degree in Political Science and Master's degree in National Security Studies as well, and a certification in International Relations and Middle Eastern Studies from, guess again, Cal State San Bernardino. She's our home. Anne Marie gained experience working in a myriad of educational systems. GA serves including K-12 school districts, 2-year community colleges, and 4-year universities. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for Anne Marie Sakrikoff.
Sure, I'll use this one. Thank you so much. It's fun to be home. This is certainly home. Anytime I can get a chance to be here at Cal State San Bernardino, I'm always excited. So thank you, Dean, and everyone for inviting me. Happy to be here. I will also say that I know there were several folks here from San Bernardino City Unified School District. That was my previous home. I was a substitute teacher and then a resident sub. So you all brought back that really awesome memories of just the time spent before I continued on in my educational journey. And so it's just nice to be speaking with all of you today. I actually, in the car on the way here, you kind of compose a little bit about what you might also want to say besides the prepared remarks. And I was thinking about Thanksgiving coming up, and I just want to say thank you. I am very grateful for what each and every one of you do for our region, for our students, for our families. Every single person in this room makes a difference for our communities. And so I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for being you. Now, some of these slides will be a little challenging to see because I was asked to talk about data. Woohoo! The state of education in the Empire, and there's a lot of information we can share. So don't worry, we will make sure you have access to these slides later. But what I do want to just sort of start with is a little level setting. I don't know if you know this, but we have over 1 million students in our region. 1 million students. That's a lot of kids, a lot of potential, a lot of opportunity. And so just want to comment on that. We have over 12 community colleges in the 2-county region. We have several 4-year institutions, both public and private. Of course, we're all passionate about one in particular, but nonetheless, there are other places that people can get educated here in the region. We won't talk about all of those. Just kidding. No, we love all of our educational partners, and I'm excited every day when we get to work with them very closely. What I think is interesting about our region is it is a space where there's a lot of opportunity. We are a very young population in comparison to other counties in California. We also have this huge gap of, so we classify as adults ages 25 or over, 1 in 4 individuals, so that means probably people in this room, right, have some college and potentially no degree. So that's a really big opportunity for us to really think about how we continue to use education to not only grow the young people, but also other individuals, their parents usually, so that our programs are holistic when we think about what we need to do for our region. And then, of course, there's that big blue box at the bottom, the things that we're working on that we see not as a challenge, but an opportunity for growth and continued engagement with each other, that we do have the lowest post-secondary degree attainment rate of any U.S. metro area with a populations of 1 million or more. It looks really important on grant applications, let me tell you, because we're about bringing more money because that's an opportunity for us, right? That's a statistic that we talk about because we know we can do better, and we're continuing to do better, and we're already doing better. And in a little bit, I'll get into how we're doing a little bit better, because that includes all of you working hard. Another interesting statistic, and many of you experience this regularly, and you probably see yourself in this space. 57% of students at all public post-secondary institutions are first generation. First generation students, we know through research and experience, have extra needs and supports, family needs and supports that require additional programming, additional information, additional love, right? We love our first gen students because that means that our communities are changing. We're on our way to thriving. What I think is really important to also understand is that our community colleges are the place that our first generation students look to first. They think that's the space for them. And so we need to do a better job of ensuring that those community college students eventually end up here at Cal State San Bernardino and continue to be successful in their lives. This slide's a little small, but what I'm trying to get at here is that we have about 12% of the population of the state of California, to just put kind of our Inland Empire in context. And yet, that final slide on the far right or left, depending on where you're sitting, is that we have 5% of the BA degrees. So there's a mismatch somewhere, right? This is a really interesting program and problem and possibility that college going rate in the Inland Empire is lower than in other places. So we think about, why is that? We also think about what this means for different focus populations. First gen, Hispanics, Black students. We have to make sure we disaggregate our data, right? Actually look at it and understand it. What does that mean for our communities? It means that we have an opportunity to really help and support, right? We talked about Project Impact in just a moment ago, and I hate following them because that was amazing. Gentlemen, thank you so much for sharing. And it just reminds me of the impact that we all have as a community and what we're doing to help with these type of statistics, right? That we really need to focus on certain populations who haven't seen the support that they absolutely need, and that we all as a community can work on that. But we have to understand what our data says first. Also looking at our college going rates, right? So many of you are in the K-12 space looking at, your high school students. What are they facing? What are they looking at? Okay, so we have a okay overall college going rate. I'll talk a little bit more about it in comparison to the state of California here in a moment. We had over 30,000 college enrolled students in the 2020-21 school year. That's the most recent data available. Most are going to our 2-year campuses. It's understandable given that they have more seats available for them than our 4-year campuses. And yet we know we can do better with that, and we're working on that, right? What also is really interesting is in our community, you may hear about nationally that a value of education, particularly higher education, is decreased, right? That the value is not being seen. We actually did some research locally here recently, started spring and summer, to understand what do families, particularly parents, think about the value of college. And we actually found something I think that was interesting in that here locally, absolutely, people value education. Families think it is very, very important. Yet you saw a couple slides previously, they're not going there. I see this as a huge opportunity for all of us to recognize that families want their kids in school. When we're talking to the students, their parents want to be in school, right? They want to continue their education. What we can then think about is how do we message this, how we change their trajectory to build thriving communities. So it's not that they don't think college, post-secondary attainment And when I talk about that, it's not just simply a BA degree, right? We're talking about all kinds of different opportunities for people. That all of that is very important. Also want to make a note, because we've talked about this already, right? We know that we are a majority-minority location, right? We have over 50% of our population are considered either Hispanic or Latino. And they absolutely believe that post-secondary education certificates are important. All right, they recognize that you can't only have a high school degree to have a good paying job. And so let's tap into that value as we continue with supporting our students. When we look at job growth, right, we have to connect education to careers. We can't talk about one without the other. We think about job growth here. We do see that growth is occurring predominantly for individuals with a community college, AA, associate, certificate. Those are all in that same blue line right in the middle. That's where the most regional job growth is occurring. It's an interesting opportunity because we also know that some of those jobs are not necessarily the best paying jobs. And so we have an opportunity here as a community to think about the workforce that we want to see here. We also know, right, that if you look at that line, I don't think it is any surprise to folks in this room, but we always use this slide to ensure that we do have a grounding understanding that yes, higher level of education does mean higher wages, right? Education does lead to a better job. For our students, particularly in high school, who really, really want to be YouTube influencers, I like this slide. So please use it in your classrooms. Nothing wrong with wanting to be an influencer, but go get an education too. Also looking at, we have to recognize that we have a poverty challenge in our region, right? That's nothing new to any of us. We drove here. We see, our unhoused populations as we drive up to the university. And so we know that there are many people who could use extra supports, and oftentimes they're the individuals, particularly post-pandemic, who started some education and couldn't find a way to finish it. And that's not the student's responsibility, that's our responsibility in education to figure out how to find programs and resources and write grants to bring them back to our institutions. And this, by the way, for any of you who work in enrollment or admissions, this is a huge, untapped opportunity for us to get them re-enrolled and bring money to our colleges and universities. When we look at what employment looks like in our region, Dean Schnaka wanted me to kind of just take a look at, sort of what does it look like in our Inland Empire space? Industries that are expected to experience growth include, of course, healthcare. We see that in transportation, but in transportation, it's in management transportation jobs. So thinking about like our business college, folks who have degrees. Those are in that professional space, professional services. Places where they're seeing some decrease, utilities, agriculture, manufacturing. This slide is very difficult to read given the lighting. However, what I will say is looking at the annual wages, high skill, right, versus middle skill versus low skill, these are the degree attainments that you have. And so there are places here, particular, go figure, in teaching, right, that pay well. So programs like Project Impact really can have a huge impact on our communities in general. In our region, the fastest growing population are folks 65 years and older. So healthcare services, elder care services are very important. Regional colleges could also focus in energy, construction, and utilities, both certificates, degrees, management programs, as an area of growth for us in the region. Also, entrepreneurship programs. We have over 4,000 small businesses in our region. 4,000. It's also a fantastic opportunity if you are working with students who are of our undocumented populations, giving them entrepreneurial skills so they can start their own business and support themselves and their families. So we, I'm sure, are no stranger to the AI conversation. Thinking, though, about education as a way to understand automation, if you have a degree, you are twice less likely to face automation in your jobs. But what's interesting about automation is that it's not simply a warehouse job or a manufacturing job. These are accounting jobs, office administration, food preparation. All of those are at risk of automation. And so instead of thinking about this as a, oh no, automation is coming, automation is here. So what do we think about that, right? It means that humans, there are things we can do, like teaching and utilizing ChatGPT and giving them questions for students who can have to answer that and understand how to use these tools, right? Like, lean into these things because it's not going anywhere. But it also means that by looking at a statistic like 63% of occupations in the IE being automated by 2035, that's a huge overhaul of our workforce that we can prepare for now, prepare our students for now. I think it comes at no surprise the benefits of higher education for our communities. A plug for our entrepreneurship programs here at Cal State San Bernardino. There's some other really interesting statistics within this slide that I'll have you have a chance to look at later. So we talked a little bit about some of the challenges and opportunities for growth in our region. What I think is important for us to recognize as we're concluding our day together is that we have been working diligently as a community to move this forward, right? These are not achievements of Growing Inland Achievement. These are achievements of all of us working together to move things forward. We all have a part to play in changing the trajectory of our families. So since the founding of Growing Inland Achievement in 2015, when leaders of our communities and colleges and businesses came together to say we want to focus on increasing educational attainment in the region and find money and resources to do that, we've seen a 4% growth in high school graduation rates compared to 5 years ago. And this is post-pandemic, folks, right? So we're working on these things. There are now over 190,000 Hispanic or Latino IE residents with a BA or higher. That's up 4%. Additionally, another 4% for our Black IE residents, over 57,000 new bachelor's degrees, which then leads to an overall 4% increase of BA attainment since GIA's founding. That's hundreds of more people with degrees who are now supporting their family. I think you all need to make sure you give yourselves a round of applause. Absolutely. That is huge. That is a huge deal for our community, and we're going to continue that. Another really important opportunity for those of you who work with high school students or support programs with high school students, but not just for those folks, also for our church leaders and our community engagement specialists and anyone who owns a business. Financial affordability of college is a big, important problem, as well as an opportunity for us to provide resources to our students. And so the board at GIA set a 90% completion goal of the FAFSA or CATA applications. This past year, we are now at 71% completion. That's a 10% year-over-year growth, thanks to all of you. So there are things that when we decide together to move them forward, we can do great things. I do just briefly want to cover our 5 regional pillars that all of us are working diligently hard to work together on, right? Increasing educational attainment with specific focus on historically marginalized student groups. as well as building equitable structures in education to eradicate systemic racism, and really thinking about how do we fuel a robust future economy to create a thriving community. It's all of us working together to do that. One of the really important ways we can do that is elevating our students. Earlier we heard our Project Impact folks. You were amazing. I hated following you. Thank you for sharing your stories and continuing your growth. I'm so excited that GIA can take a little bit of credit for the program as being one of the first funders. But nonetheless, like, it's that kind of innovation that Growing Inland Achievement gets to help support. And that's why we talk about the data. It's so important to go back to the data. Where can we put some funds and resources as a region to really move our community forward? And we can't do that without understanding our student voice. So we also recognize from our students, they tell us what are the things they need to ensure they can be successful in college. This is directly from IE students. This isn't some random national survey. This is from our kids. They need financial security, so understanding how to apply for the new FAFSA that's coming out in December, as well as those, what I think are anything but basic needs supports, right? As well as a clear academic path. Our students want to know where their education is going to take them. I don't know about you, but when I was in school here at San Bernardino, not for any fault of any counselor, but I got to explore a little bit, right? And figure things out as I went. Our kids don't care about that right now. They want to know, or at least have a good idea, right? They can explore and take different classes, but they really want to have a good sense of what's after graduation. And then ensuring they have access to things like mental health support. I'm working on a grant for mental health, so anyone want to join me, let me know after this talk, because we want to figure out how to do that better. And we also know that our financial aid systems are very much underused. We understand why that is, right? We know that people can be scared about filling out forms for the government. I get that. But we have resources to provide to people to ensure that they have the opportunities that they deserve and are entitled to. There's also a disconnect between the awareness and the support, right? So maybe they might understand or know that FAFSA is available, but they're not aware that they can get free tuition, right? They don't know that that's an opportunity for them. So figuring out exciting ways to share that opportunity, I think it requires all of us to share about what's available for post-high school. In addition, our students locally, and it may come as no surprise to you, rely on their parents and families for advice and information about college going. However, our parents tell us, actually, they don't really have a lot of good information. And I think oftentimes when we talk about post-secondary and encouraging our students to apply, we don't focus our campaigns on parents. We focus them on the students. Just a thought. Might be something for you to think about, given what our parents are saying to us, is they would love to have the information, they just don't know how to share it with them. And of course, it must be bilingual and it must be culturally responsible. And so some of the programmatic work that Growing Inland Achievement is engaged with includes things for students, like iestudents.org. Funny story about iestudents.org. It was originally started at the beginning of the pandemic because all of us came together on Zoom for the very first time. We were freaked out, right? And we said, we have no way to get information to students. What do we do? We're like, well, I could set up a website. Like, that's something I can do right now. So we did. We kind of threw everything together and put everything up there. And believe it or not, the #1 page on iestudents.org is a list of all the Inland Empire colleges and universities. Who knew that that wasn't a thing before? Needless to say, our students have come to us, our families have come to us and said, I didn't see myself as a student yet, so I didn't go to that site. So we're actually in the process of going to rebrand it to iesuccess.org and honing in on what really is needed based on our student voices. In addition, we have a lot of resources for our undocumented students because we know that they have certain challenges that others do not face. And so we want to ensure that they have whatever resources that they can have. And so we do ask you to come to us and ask us for additional support. For parents, things around FAFSA and CATA, as well as our Cash for College program. If you're interested in hosting a workshop to encourage students to go to college, we can train you, we can support you, we can even give you some trainers to do it, just give us a space. So happy to collaborate on that. In addition, for our educators and our educational partners, the region worked together to create a tool called the Equity Continuum, which works to help individuals and groups, both nonprofits and school districts and colleges, to have meaningful equity conversations and really to dive in on what can we use our data to then change within our campuses and our cultures, and how do we shift those mindsets. And of course, we have our Education Insight and Education Chat, two very, very important opportunities to share really important information. Several of you have been featured on the radio program as well as the podcasts. And then I would be remiss if I didn't mention that several of you also serve in the Growing Inland Achievement Action Network teams. These are committees that were formed to talk about specific issues. They're cross-sector, doesn't matter what your field is, whether you're in K-12 or post-secondary or you're in a nonprofit. It's a space for you to learn from each other and talk about the issues that you have. What I'm gonna do, since I'm running out of time, is to kind of go through these slides, because I just kind of talked about them a little bit. You'll have access to these. They're the details about what I just covered. I do want to pause, though, briefly, because for a couple years now, we've had a student podcast called Education Chat. If you have not listened to it, it is the most adorable and insightful programming on the internet as far as I'm concerned. I'm slightly biased, I realize. But our two students, they have served as interns, Alicia Paulino and Alyssa Silva, have been wonderful. And they're here with us today, and they just recorded their last podcast, because guess what? They graduated. So could we give them a hand, please? So thank you for all your hard work. And you know what's really cool about having a nonprofit is you get to then hire people. So we've actually hired Alyssa to work with us as a production assistant. So thank you. So you'll be seeing more of her. But what I think is really also exciting is we're now set up for the next 2 or 3 interns to continue this podcast and sharing the voices of our students. Because we can't do this work without understanding what our students are facing, what is important to them, and hearing their voices. So thank you again.
Okay, at this time we have, we'll take about 5 to 10 minutes for questions and answers, Q&A. The right thing, Damachiku?
I did, yes.
Yeah.
Questions, thoughts?
That was some powerful information. Oh my God.
Well, and
I gotta get a copy
we're
of
short
that.
on time, and it's it's a whole thing. It's the end of the day. It's data at the end of the day. By the way, we need to work on the schedule. Just so, but we really want to make sure that we are able to share that this is about us together. This isn't about me. This isn't about Growing Inland Achievement. This is about how we're working together.
Okay, we have one question right
Absolutely, yes, sir.
It wasn't really a question about the information. It's where do we get this presentation, but I think it's on the slide.
Yeah.
inlandempiregia.org.
So the QR code will take you to our website, but the slides, I'm sure that Jennifer will be sharing them out.
The slides will be shared. It will be on our website for the Educational Leadership Summit, because all the presentations are usually reflected there. Yeah.
And at the very end, it has my contact information if you would like more information.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? That was just some heavy, powerful, insightful information about our region.
You're welcome.
The answer case, just incredible.
Thank you so much. I think what I just want to say to end on is that, we have a tagline, Growing Inland Achievement Together, right? This is about us working as a community to really improve our community together. And what I get to do, I'm blessed to do every day, is support all of you in the hard work that you continue to do for our students and families. And so if there's ever anything that we can help, please don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's been an honor working with GIA. Thank you. For those of you who may not know, GIA was formed by the educational leaders in this region. The UC Chancellor at UCR, our President, Dr. Thomas Morales, and other educational leaders, as well as the Chancellor for the community college districts, and the superintendents came together to form GIA as a non-profit organization to serve for educational interest in this region. And they have been strong allies of the higher ed organizations in this region. I hope those of you who have stayed to the end, you see the benefit of this whole day. I told you it was going to be an exciting day, and I think it has been. I want to thank you for your patience, for your steadfastness. I want to thank our presenters, and I want to thank my colleagues from UCR and from Pacific Oaks who came and joined me. These are the deans of education at those other institutions who joined. I want to thank my colleagues here, Dr. Sastri Pantula and Dr. Rebecca Lubas. Dr. Pantula is our dean of our College of Natural Sciences, and Dr. Lubas is the dean for our library. They have been with us all day and supporting. I appreciate your support and your encouragement. I want to say a big thank you to all the faculty members from the Watson College of Education who are present, and all the staff that are here from Watson College of Education. I have to say to you that this could not have happened if not for these staff members, some of whom were here this morning at 6 a.m. to get things moving on. I have a list of names here. And let me just read them out briefly. Aitwa Giamin, Ginger Hartman, Delphine Garba Bright, Kathy Provencio, Jennifer Martin, Alina Ayende, Sheila Braggs, Nadine Mendoza, Michael Ignacio, Diana Quijano, Gio Gonzalez, and our student assistants, Nashley Jimenez, Abby Quiros, as well as Joy Lozado for staff. There are many of you. Faculty member, this is your gig. I don't have to call your names, but you own the day. I want to thank my friends and partners in the school districts. I want to thank Dr. McIver Brown for being here. From the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools are very strong allies in many different projects. Project Impact, they support us not just morally, but they have us on their budget. Every year they give $50,000 towards student tuition and support for Project Impact students. And Dr. Brown, Dr. Roberts, and all the others who have worked, and your big boss, Ted Alejandro, who is a big supporter of what we do here. We thank you. I want to thank all our school district representatives. I know we have schools, charter schools, who are here also. We really appreciate your participation and your presence at this conference. I want to thank again PK for your part in bringing some meaningful information. So if I missed your organization, please forgive me. But I want to say thank you all. It's been a good day, and I hope you have a safe drive back to your homes. Thank you.